Mental health and wellness is so important in the world of gaming.
Going to a mental health professional when you're feeling not your best, I can't think of anything better to do.
It is okay to seek for help. You're not weak because you go see a therapist.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
Yo promuevo.
I promote and practice positive mental health.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ALGS Pro League Day 10. We are here with our final 2 days of competition before we get you into playoffs, and we are so excited to be joined with the team today. Of course, my name is Evan Rainday Rayner. So good to see you guys again in the chat and all those watching at home or on your phone or wherever you like to enjoy. But we've got a treat. I'm joined today to start things off with the wonderful James Bardoff and, of course, Glitter Explosion. James, it's Saturday. It's a great day for Apex.
It really, really is. I'm dressed like I'm going to hide in some bushes, and I want to see some rat action on the servers today as well. Glissa, how are you doing today?
Listen, we saw a lot of underdogs stepping up yesterday across both of our regions. There is very limited time for these teams that need to either make their way into playoffs or up and out of relegation to do so here in this split. So I'm hoping to see a couple more underdogs really make a push for today.
Well, speaking of yesterday, we've got a great recap for you if you're just joining us on the broadcast. If you missed the action, well, let's go ahead and take a look at what happened in EMEA.
Flash moving back, almost cracked. Yeah.
This is a scary position for all those squads down there on the low ground.
Zeta's under pressure. They're going to get pushed by Gambit. Leave it to Gambit to take down the top dogs on high ground. But Hardeki's going to go down early. That's the risk you play when you play Wraith. Yeah, and if I'm Rebel, I'm getting greedy. I'm hungry. I want these kill points as well. You should be able to clean up at least 1, 2, maybe 3 of these kills. All 3 would be nice. It is going to be Rebel cleaning everyone up.
Just play here. Play on this wall.
Yeah,
Shoot them. Nice, they flew away. Good.
Na'Vi are going to actually lose one. They are the team who is up on high. The defensive bombardment isn't going to strike, though. Na'Vi now decide they have to send if they want to pick up KP, but Kangana are going to come out on top. Rebel now make their move down to the low ground. We're into our final 2 teams. Rebel looking to go back-to-back, just looking for the final player. It is back-to-back for Rebel. Game 1 goes to Rebel. Game 2 goes to Rebel.
Here comes the fight. We got Lassie France versus Gambit over towards Survey Camp. Back on board with Joke. Great shots put in, and it's going to be melting Artscope.
This is pure chaos in a zone that I was not expecting to begin with here, Fallout. 5 squads left. Now they're focusing down onto Dead Inside, but they do lose a player. Danny ends up taking somebody out, and now Dead Inside's looking like they're the ones with the advantage here.
Yeah, Dead Inside will win this game. What a play from Dead Inside.
Gambit in a little bit of a sticky situation here as well. 7 squads remaining. Hardeki trying to use that knockdown shield to survive. Manages to get some good flesh damage. Oh my, Hardeki. Grenade's going to be going down, trying to force that team out from behind those barrels. Ooh. Big damage. And now it is time to go. Jumping through the gas, jumping into KP. It's simple as that. High ground controlled here by Exits. Look at those shots from the R99 starting to light things up, but Ploshka has to be careful here. Danny has to back up and look for that armor swap, but now the push comes in from Dungeon Masters. They get a knock. It's a 2v2 on the map now, and they will close things out. Dungeon Masters answer back in game number 4.
Zippin's going to get taken out. The Irishman is out. The UK King himself in Shiv, last alive, but he is so weak and going to get taken out as well. It is an insane finish, a Caustic-esque finish here as Maestro drops from high ground. Kron goes down. Sanya, Rugby, gotta perform. He takes that one with the Mastiff, not done yet. Gets the shield swap, turns, finds one on high ground, melts him. Good team firing from Maestro, looking near perfect. And Maestro's gonna do it in a 2v2. Mastiff shots get put through. Can he finish? Yes, he does. Connects for nothing but great shots, and Maestro will win it.
Flash. I'm taking part back. Knock one. No, great, knock two. Yeah, come back, Shiv. Come back.
Oh, Ranch is going to fall, though. All these teams making a late move out of Climatizer. It was only Gambit who really managed to get ahead of everyone. Hardeki went down as well, so now Gambit find themselves in a 3v2. It's an uphill battle, and Nasky, oh, he's shooting fish in a barrel here, and GMT hold their ground.
Man, those videos always give me hype. I got to say, great job to the team behind the scenes for putting those together. And everybody I know watching, you get the tale set up from the very beginning. EMEA was crushing it. A lot of great final circle moments, but a moment that is a little bit more somber for at least a lot of the ALGS staff, all of the talent, everyone I know involved who is going to attend playoffs at LAN this January. We have had to make the unfortunate decision to actually turn them into an online split due to things happening around the world and the Omicron variant and the details and the potentialities of what could go wrong and what might not be sustainable for us. We took the most, I think, best decision here, although it was a very difficult one for everybody's safety, everybody's health. And trust us, we will get back to LAN. It will be a beautiful experience, but it's just not going to happen quite yet. However, that has left open a couple of new opportunities, James, for other teams to maybe squeeze their way into our new playoff format.
Indeed, it has. For the finals, we have somewhat of a format change, which we're going to take you through briefly here. 4 sentences. Number 1, each region split 1 playoff features the top 20 teams from the regular season competing in a single match point series. The 10 teams with the highest seeding will begin the tournament with advanced starting points. In match point, teams must reach the 50-point threshold to become match point eligible. Once a match point eligible team wins a match, they will be crowned the regional ALGS Split 1 playoff champions. So the first thing, which is a takeaway for me here, Glitter, is the top 10 teams getting those advanced starting points.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be huge when we take into consideration how that match point system works. Let's take a look at the standings to see what that means now. Previously, like you were just saying there, James, top 10. Now it is top 20. We were looking at that 9th, 10th place position, seeing if teams are going to be able to hold on to it. Now we're looking at like 18th, 19th, and 20th. Are these squads going to be able to maintain their top 20 spot, or will these teams on the second page in the yellow be able to battle their way into that top 20 position? The green obviously meaning those are the squads that are right now qualified to go to playoffs. Yellow being the teams that are going to be maintaining their spot in ALGS but not making it to playoffs. But arguably here, Rain, the most important teams are the ones in red, because those are the squads that are potentially facing relegation at the end of everything.
Things have shifted all around the board. You're right, 18, 19, 20, maybe didn't even think they were getting into playoffs. Now they're fighting to maintain their spot. A lot of that energy is probably coming at an unusual timing for them, but not for the teams at the top as we take a look at all of these other leaderboards who have kind of handled their business, I like to say, because not only do we see this in EMEA, but we see in North America, NRG, Esports Arena, after that incredible and very viral swap with TSM. Verholst going to them. Sentinels, Complexity, rounding out the top 5 there. These are the teams that are really in the driver's seat. But 100 Thieves, you notice them. You look at A2 Esports, Bakemon, Lag Gaming. These are the teams you want to watch in APAC North, top 20. And heading into APAC South, you'll see similar stories where actually at the top, it's even more impressive what Reignite are able to do. I believe this is the largest lead out of any region, 48 points and 13 points separating first to second, which is going to be huge, as you mentioned, James, to get those advanced starting points when you go into that match point format, when you have to win after you reach the 50-point threshold. Just rounding it out with the graphics here for South America. But for those who want to know what you're watching today, let's transition into our groups that will be battling it out. It is D versus C. And oh boy, we got a great slew of teams fighting today. I got my eyes on a few, but James, who's standing out here for you?
From a commentator point of view, I think we all want to shout Pinky Finky. So in that respect, I want to see some action from Fenerbahce Esports, especially while Glitter's commentating.
Wow, you're putting that on to me. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to do it with finesse. But we do have some roster changes to talk about today here as well. Both of these roster changes we get to see here, finally. We talked about them with you guys a little bit yesterday, but we've got VX. I tried it yesterday. We're going to try it again today. Hopefully that's right. Coming in onto New Esports. And Tyler heading out. But Tyler's not gone, because Tyler's now on Young Money Guild reign. So we've seen a lot of movement for our rosters, but they're kind of keeping it in the family.
Yeah, I love it. And, you know, when you have a player who's been playing, competing in this way, rather than bringing someone new who's trying to join up, it's much more realistic and I think effective to swap someone who's been in the thick of the things and hopefully try to work on that synergy. But of course, synergy means that you're playing as a team, and there are only certain teams that catch our eye before we head into a broadcast. That's why I want to bring up one of my favorite segments of the day, the Lenovo Teams to Watch. All right, it's match day 10. We've got 2 days before playoffs, and we are here in the Lenovo teams to watch. James, Glitter, we've had a moment of discussing a few teams that caught your eye today, but I want to know who, and more importantly, why.
Absolutely. Our first team on the teams to watch is going to be Scars, RPR, Taishin, and man like Mandy. Now, this is a team, they're a big name coming into this. They've definitely got some brand power, but I don't think they've gone as deep as we have liked to see from them in one particular day. I'm hoping that's today because they're definitely a team with a lot of talent in the individual players. We want to see that demonstrated here in today's action.
Yeah, and then the next on the list is Alliance. Now, Alliance was a squad that prior to that playoffs switch in the setup was in that danger zone. They were right on the cusp of top 10. Now they're in top 20, and they've got a little bit more cushion to work with. So they're a squad that we've had our eyes on before in the past and just haven't really given us those flashy standout performances that we know that they're capable of. Now, they have been boot camping in HQ, so hopefully they're able to do that here today.
And then Team 3 is going to be 69 IQ Esports, with Kay Swinney being the big addition to this team recently. Now, with that change, it hasn't had immediate impact for the squad. They've had improved results, but the question is that the honeymoon period, or is that going to be something that we'll see from them consistency? Today's action will partly answer that question for us.
The honeymoon period, or will it last? These are great questions to answer, but we've got the questions and the storylines already prepared in today's Lenovo Teams to Watch. All right, well, I love that segment, but one thing I like a little bit more, and I think everybody at home also enjoys, is when we argue with each other about supremacy, about being right, and really about who's going to win. Because that, at the end of the day, we're all gamers, whether it's a board game or Apex Legends, we all want to win. And that's why we have to bring up the talent predictions to see who set themselves up for victory. And it's a bit of a smorgasbord here. A myriad of answers. James, I'm gonna go with you. You must really be trusting Scars today.
Okay, listen here, Rain Day. Right, my mind was telling me Alliance, but my body was telling me Scars, man. And being on parity with Onset there, I think is good. You know, if you got less than 0.5 millimeters of hair and some great glasses, you have to be making a good pick.
Well, I mean, okay, I myself and Tom went with Guild, but by that logic then, James, Tom is kind of right on the cusp of making that work, and then since we picked the same team by proxy, that means that I also must be right. So
there's I don't know if this is a scientific thing I'm trying to do, but only today's action will tell. So hopefully I end up right, otherwise I will have the proverbial egg on my face.
I mean, I've got hair, and I picked something nobody else picked. So I don't know whether that puts me in the lead or far, far behind. We're going to find out. Invictus Gaming, Brent, I hope you make some moves like we saw you do last time around. But this is the time where I exit. I let you guys take the reins, and we kick this show off. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We've got 6 great games in EMEA for you all to enjoy. And to kick off game 1, let's leave it to James and Glitter to take us through, guys.
Thank you very much, Rain Day, and we'll see if his prediction comes good as well. It's going to be an exciting one. I think it was only last week the entire squad went for the same team in Gambit, just loving the wingman from Hardeki, but it's a brave new world here today, so we'll see what is going to come. And hey, I think we could almost do ring predictions as well, because, you know, week after week, it feels like we've had more of the southern rings, but we started yesterday with a big ring straight at the top in the north.
Yeah, yesterday in EMEA, we had a lot of those northern shifts. It was kind of nice because it broke it up. It almost felt like we were kind of going back and forth there for like the north and southern halves of the map. Definitely kept things interesting. We did see, and I mentioned it earlier, even with those different zones, at the beginning we had Rebel get back-to-back wins, right? And arguably one of those underdogs, because up until last week when they really stepped it up, they were struggling up until that point. Now, we heard it in the interview, we've mentioned it a couple times on broadcast, that was because of, you know, a comp change, an IGL switch. And we saw how today we're going to have a couple roster changes for these teams that we're going to be watching. So will those roster changes be that final little spice that they needed for their squad to really step it up here in one of their last opportunities to get points? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I'm always interested in what characters people are going to choose going into this. You know, sometimes we see the odd fuse, which tends to lead to regret later on and disappears. We saw some Loba yesterday. With the Valkyrie ults, we've seen a lot of teams landing on top of each other. Some teams have taken an approach where they will just move forward and take the space that's been abandoned by all these Valkyrie ults, which is another thing. Again, some people are getting sniped out of the sky trying to Valk ult yesterday. And sometimes you land and you can't tell, like, if somebody is in a building, if you're landing below something, if you have to take evasive action, things can certainly go wrong. So we're seeing some Valk, we're seeing some Wraith as well. We've got the full send style of the Ashe. And in Europe, we tend to see more Cryptos than we do in North America, which we'll see later on, where we tend to see more Bloodhounds. But I think we have seen some variation with the more niche characters like a Loba, like a Fuse from weeks to weeks. So I'm hoping to see some surprises at the beginning here.
I love it too. I love that there's a little bit more, or significantly more variety, honestly, than the very early beginnings of competitive Apex Legends. Right now, the Legend meta it's set, but like you're saying, we're seeing some regional differences, some individual preferences, and it's making these games that much more interesting. But you also mentioned those Valk rotates kind of also potentially being dangerous because of those snipes that we were saying. We were seeing so much Kraber action in EMEA yesterday, so many clean shots, and I really, really want to see more of those.
We're going to see some more of the recent action here with the highlights just before we get into the first game. So maybe this will be an inspiration for the teams as they head towards the first match of the day today. Plenty of action to come. Let's not forget, we start with EMEA and we will finish with North America later on. Love me some massive action as well. Hardeki's always a special one with his wingman and shotgun sidearm. I feel like he's an inspiration. I watch him play and I'm like, I could do this. I can't do this, but I can always try. You know, I can always go back to the well.
Listen, all that matters is you're doing your best in those moments, okay? I don't think there are many people that can really repeat what Hardeki does. We talked about that yesterday too. Hardeki, especially at the beginning of yesterday, had a phenomenal performance. So he's a fantastic player. So what can you can't say anything bad about him. But we saw a really good mix yesterday of the teams that needed to get some points on the board, but also the teams like the Gambits, the Maestros have a couple decent performances here and there, but there was just so much variety. We always ask for consistency, but there were so many teams fighting for it that it was hard to really nail that down.
Yeah. Speaking of consistency, though, we had the 1-2 from Rebel very early on, which was very impressive to see. Start as you mean to go on. We'll see if anyone's able to do similar, or maybe even do one better and take half the games. That would be quite something. And hey, especially when these late games get even more important with the new approach to the finals. Again, if you're joining us late, top 10 in the overall leaderboard will get some bonus points for the finals, and those could be really crucial as they try to take all the money. So there's a lot to play for, and there's definitely no slouching to be done. And I'm looking forward to what that means for teams as they head forward in these final games. If you're towards the top, do you try to take a few less risks? If you're towards, like, say, 10th place and you're trying to get those extra points, but you feel safe, do you take some extra risks? I think people in different parts of the leaderboard are going to have different kinds of problems. I feel like around 12th place to maybe something like 21st, there might be quite a few interchangeable teams with just a few points. So there's a lot to play for as we get into our first game.
Absolutely, and I love that you bring that up because 50 points is the match point eligible threshold, right? 10 points to first place is huge. That's a fifth of the work that you have to put in done, and that's what those first through 10th places are really battling it out for. And then obviously, like you're saying, the second half, that second 10 is really battling to just make sure they're staying in the top 20 to make it to playoffs at all. Everyone else below them is trying to knock them out. So there's a lot on the line here. It's not as easy or as cut and dry as people may think it is. So we're going to be kicking off our game here, checking in with 69 IQ Esports over at Trials.
I don't know if you've ever jumped out of a plane, Glitter, but I haven't. So I jumped off the end of my bed to see if it was, I could get the feeling of jumping out of a dropship. Didn't really happen for me. And as we can see, that is a juicy, okay, so it's a juicy zone, but it's also kind of bone dry if you don't get there fast. Because as we can see, there's a lot of uninhabitable space in that area, and that means carnage.
See, and I know that makes us the bad guys as casters, but I love this type of stuff because all of the teams are going to be looking at that zone, knowing, like you're saying, one, not a lot of playable area, not a lot of cover at their disposal. So either they're going to have to make a really early rotate and try to nail down some space and hold it while they can, or there is going to be a lot of fighting on the way in. It is inevitable, it is unavoidable, and this could be a very, very exciting first game. But obviously the squads that are in trials, we just checked in with 69 IQ, anybody in Skyhook, Countdown, even Fragment West is going to have a much easier time getting into that zone than, say, the teams that land all the way down in Dome.
Yeah, looking at that zone, I wonder what the strongest compositions will be to survive in that area if you're in there early. We'll see how many buildings there are once we get closer to it later on. That'll be a while from now. There'll be a few zones to go through before we get there, but when crunch time happens, it is going to be a massacre as per usual, and I'm excited to see that one. So a very interesting zone for our first game of the day, and here we have Alliance starting to loot up. I will note, it's always interesting to see the initial drops at the beginning of a day, especially looking towards the bottom right of the map towards zone, because quite often you'll see no one landing there and somebody would start to take it later. We see a quite significant skirmish now towards the landslide position, and Uprising could have some trouble. They've got their crypto crawling on their hands and knees as they try to stay alive.
This is a very, very early engagement for Uprising. They do end up coming out on top already, eliminating a squad. I mean, okay, to be fair, they're in the landslide area, right? Which is right on the edge of where they need to be for the zone. So now they're just getting third party. This is the early rotate that we were just talking about. Squads trying to get in there as quickly as they can. And now they all have to battle it out. And landslide is not a fun place to do that in.
Yeah, this is a very urgent situation so early on. 4 teams I could see around the landslide situation area rather, and one of those is history already. 19 squads so early. That is a very fast kill, and we saw some grenades flying through here as well. We've got a bunch of death boxes to be taken, and already is becoming very dangerous. We can see more grenades flying through as well. We'll see if there'll be a disengage, but there's this heat map is kind of busy. Uprising in all kinds of trouble now. Just their Wraith trying to hold on and get those banners.
There are so many teams here. I mean, we saw that New was one of those teams that was pushing in, trying to third party, and that was one of the squads that we talked about with that roster swap. So maybe that is helping with some of that confidence here in this early push. Young Money Guild, the other one with the roster change as well. So now they're in the area potentially trying to get in on some of this action or just hold whatever small bit of space they can. Caustic Barrels are going down, trying to play a little bit defensively here. But I kind of anticipated this, knowing that there was going to be so little space to fight for, and these squads obviously knew it as well. So I think that we're probably going to lose a few more teams, even just by the third circle.
I have a question for you, Glitter, okay? Because I'm a big fan of Caustic Play, Caustic Barrels, Mr. Nox Gas. A lot of people in our squad are not. Where do you stand or sit on the topic of Caustic? Are you a fan?
Competitively or personally?
Well, so you're saying you have two different. This is already going bad, Vic. I almost called you Vicky because she's the top hater, and she's like top 1 Caustic haters. But okay, I'm already concerned. All right, just I'm not going to give you any deeper question. Just tell me, are you for Caustic or are you against?
I hate Caustic, but competitively, I love Caustic. Which it's a dichotomy here, okay?
I love
Caustic for competitive play because it shows the utility that a really good defensive legend brings to the squad. He's massive, especially when you're in a type of a scenario where you need to hold an area with not a lot of cover, like we're seeing happen in Landslide right now. Those barrels are just another element of being able to zone off teams from pushing up to your position. They give you more time to get a res if you need it, because a lot of times teams don't want to have to push into the gas and take that extra damage. So it's huge for competitive.
Okay, that's a massive dub. Full respect. That's a massive dub. If you hate it personally, but you respect it professionally, that's the way it should be. You know, I can respect that. That's super awesome. So I'm putting you in Team Caustic. That's your
okay.
inauguration. I'll get you
take
some kind of gown and a hat for it or something if there's budget for it. But that's fantastic. And what is also fantastic is that 19 teams have been able to stay alive. Future Perfect was the first team that we lost here, but we could see it was a very precarious situation. I think there were some banners that probably weren't collected. Big bearing in mind there were so many teams there, and a lot of them had to try and hold their position. And we see another busy area as we've got more rotations required, some engagements. And there is 69 IQ, one of the teams we're keeping an eye on. We've got some more forward movement to do, but they may be held by this team for a while.
Yeah, up against Invictus, Rain's pick for today. We'll see what they're able. He was putting a lot of stock in Bryn, hoping for some really solid performances coming out of this squad. So we'll see what they're able to do here right on the edge in Skyhook. They're obviously going to try and play these buildings for as long as they can, knowing just how many other people are going to be on the other side of that tunnel once they have to make their rotation through. 69 IQ looking like they're comfortable, content to set up here for a little while as well, getting their barrels down. Going to have to decide when, if at all, they want to take this engagement with Invictus before they end up having to make the push out of this zone.
If we look at the map that we could see on this POV right now, obviously this team has a Valk, so they don't necessarily have to go through that tunnel, though they may be considering it, or at least having a look to see what the climate is over there. But if they were to, say, try to hop over the wall, for example, that is a great unknown on the other side. So I think that's an interesting mini situation that we have there. In the meantime, Cleek will be going for some recon with the crypto drone, which is always useful. I think one underrated thing with the crypto drone as well is if you've got a care package in your vicinity, for example, you can send a crypto drone not only to open a care package and see what's inside, but also have a look around, see if it's safe for your teammate to rotate and pick up something from that.
Yeah, the drone is useful for so much intel, and everybody knows in BR, information is so important so that you can make your safe rotations. You can, try to grab a new position and know for a fact that nobody's in the building or in the truck that you're trying to get over to. I mean, crypto is very, very useful. At that point, it just boils down to your playstyle preference. Do you want more defensive? Do you want more movement options, whether that's your Wraith, your Valk, your Ashe? It's whatever works for these squads, but the variety is what I love about EMEA.
So we're riding with Alliance at the moment. UK man Yuki from Alliance, we're watching him at the moment, and we've got some recent words from Alliance as to what's happening in that camp.
What affected our gameplay the most in the recent update? Not much, if I'm really honest. The recent update didn't really change much for our playstyle. We're still at like an edge comp, so we're still running around the edges, playing Gibraltar, Wraith, and Valkyrie. First week, second week, we were running like crypto, and then we kind of changed up, go back to Valkyrie. But I think we found our strength in the Valkyrie comp because we ended up getting 55 points on day 3, exact same 55 points day 4.
Pretty content with their day 3 action. Glitter, I think we've got a little more information on the Alliance situation at present.
Yeah, I mean, we were able to kind of get a little info that Fallout was able to kind of share with us, but Alliance has been, and I mentioned it when we were talking about the Lenovo teams to watch, but Alliance has actually been boot camping at their headquarters in Sweden. It's the first time that Yuki gets to meet everybody, and so that's been huge for them as far as team building, chemistry goes, and they said they're feeling very confident coming into today, and I had mentioned we're hoping to see that big performance that we know they're capable of. This might be their moment to do so.
Shoutouts to Fallout, the oracle of Apex. That man is a human library. It's a nice cue there from Yuki. I think I was hearing stereo hemlocks, which is quite a scary prospect as those absolutely shred from distance. The Alliance now moving forward, trying to get into a stronger position. But as you heard them say, they like to play the edge, so they'll be making sure no one's on their 6, no one's coming in from the back as they wait for this zone to close. Maybe not the best cover in the world, but if they've got distance, they might be safe from grenades for the most part, so they may be content with that.
Yeah, we were able to see the map there for a little bit as well. Did you see just how many teams were not in the next zone, but the first zone, trying to figure out a way to get into the next zone because it is so scary open and already filled with a lot of squads. Nemesis raining down damage from above, a little bit of a replay there for one of those fights. These teams are, I feel like they're torn between trying to do the aggression they know they need to do, and that is just they're going to be forced into in a very, very short amount of time, or trying to play safe and figure out one of the few safe spots that they can hold for now.
Yeah, that rampage was absolutely wrecking Scars in a very awkward position. Something we didn't necessarily want to see for Scars early on. Want to see a performance from them, but that wasn't a great start. And indeed, they will be the 19th squad. That's where they will finish. So not what they were looking for. They've gone into this one cold like some baked beans from a supermarket. But we'll see if they can warm up later on and get themselves into a microwave. Alliance doing some dodging for the time being. Oh, hold on a second. We've got multiple Valk harassment coming their way, and that will just burn down their utility, just make them use some shield cells, but nothing too dangerous just yet as we look for this ring to close.
Yeah, Nemesis doesn't have a ton of cover where they are right now, but they've got such good sightlines from this high ground position that they've decided to take that they're at least able to figure out where all of the teams below them are, which might help them decide their rotation from here. Kick, getting themselves into an engagement, able to take out some players here while they're trying to survive this bombardment. Looks like they're okay though. They've got the bubble. They're figuring out where that other squad is. As I say that, massive shield cracks come out, and Kick's going to have to rotate away, see if they can maybe reset a little bit for themselves here.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur putting in work. He's down 2 of the 3 Kick players, and I don't think they're going to survive this. Running for dear life in all the wrong directions, all dressed up and nowhere to go, and that means they will be Team 18 as we have 17 remaining now. Kick are a team who we've seen some nice work from in the past. And hold on a second, I can see that Smegito's been dropped by Bryn, and I think he's been wiped by him as well. Not wiped, but fragged at the very least. Wiped certainly means something else in this game. So we've got problems all across the map, and we continue to lose teams early.
Yeah, and we were wondering what would happen with that fight between Invictus Gaming and 69IQ, right? They were sitting there in Skyhook. Eventually, they were going to have to duke it out. It looks like it started to happen. And Bryn, Rain's faith was not misplaced. Bryn starting off strong here today. Phoenix Legacy, though, now trying to make a push-up on whichever team is inside this building. Trying to see if they're going to be able to get some more KP on the board. Back on board with Invictus, though.
Ooh, that is a warm rampage, and just the sound of that is terrifying. And Phoenix Legacy really look like they want to try and make a way into this. Are they going to dome and push this building? It's certainly an option for them as Samsbed tries to go around the back. Some wingman harassment. The shotgun's here as well. Going to dodge the grenades though. But is that dome coming? Looks like it might be. The PK is up close. There's no armor left though for Lifers, but he's still doing some damage. Can his team follow up on this?
They're trying to get around the res shield right now. They're able to do it. They get those KP. We got a kill leader situation going here for Phoenix Legacy. That was a beautiful push. They split up. They covered both angles and tried to force them into an engagement. They come out on top with an extra KP. Huge for Phoenix Legacy.
That specific building, I've seen targeted time and time and time again. I think there's a lot of evidence of teams pushing in with a Gibby dome and wrecking the people inside, because once you're in the back of that room, you can't be going out that fence. There's nowhere to go. There's no door at the back there, and Phoenix Legacy will find some success in that situation. Awkward angles for IG, but hold on a second. He almost gets a free down here, Blast. Trying to follow up now. The Eva 8 is out for who got his favor. It's really got to go down to the wire here, as now it has to be Noises. One versus the rest, as he's the last man, but he won't last very long at all. 14 squads, what on earth is happening? I think Alliance have been eliminated as well, it looks like.
Okay, well, 69IQ did come out on top with the engagement with Invictus, but just barely, and because of how long the fight was going on for, we saw that Smeggy went down earlier, was able to get brought back. Figvam decides to come in. Third party barely has to do any legwork for it. They get to clear out 69IQ, and they get all of that loot from both squads as a result.
And we can see the recent massacres. 69IQ dropped, IG dropped, Kick dropped, New Alliance underrated, Future Perfect, Scars out as well. This one is absolutely brutal. War gang trying to do it for the animals, as they have some angles now, waiting for this dome to go. Trying to stay alive, trying to keep their shields up. In the meantime, up close with the shotgun, they'll get some nice KP. They'll have to find a way to move forward soon, as that ring, there's 40 seconds on it. That ring's starting to get real close down now. many teams just trying to play around rocks as best they can. As the ring gets smaller, there's going to be less and less places to hide. I think from 16 teams to 12, maybe 17 to 12, we saw people drop pretty quickly. And once that ring starts to close now, this is going to get even more brutal.
Yeah, that kill feed absolutely lit up for a moment there. We see still in the kill feed, looks like Guild is now struggling as well. More kills coming in for 4Gang. I mean, we're on board with Eternal, seeing what they can do with this rotation right now, but I feel like in this situation, you can see where the zone is continuing to pull, and this is when those Gibby bubbles are so massive. With the amount of limited cover that they have, being able to have one more layer of protection is huge when you consider all of the aerial assault options they also have with a lot of Valks, a lot of Gibbies in play. So they're going to need whatever cover they can come up with. Eternal makes the rotation and is struggling, taking some damage from squads that are at all different angles of this area. Phoenix Legacy, though, still making their push, using the bubble in a way that I was just talking about here, James.
Say your prayers, people, because these 11 squads are not going to be surviving very soon. Have a look at this for a choke point. We've got at least 3 teams with a focus on this, and some high ground as well, which may be contested later on, but people are just going to try and find any position they can into the TP, and they're going to have to fight up close here and hope for the best. The dome is up, and I see boxes dropping like a Chinese takeaway. Noodles for everybody apart from one team. We're down to 8 now as the kill feed's getting really lit up. Fenerbahce have positions now, getting the shields out as well for the quick shield swaps, and the bombardments are going to come through one after another. Take a ticket.
Fenerbahce use Eternal's portal against them. They're able to instantly push up, take them out, and now they have the spot that Eternal was so desperately trying to hold. I think we did see that across the way at the tower that we've got Phoenix Legacy over there who's been doing well for themselves. Rascals now checking in with them. They're taking some damage as they're trying to see the Wraith queue away. Getting into that truck is looking to be a little bit different. 4King has managed to reset and looks like they've got their sights set on a squad. There is limited cover here, Bardov. These squads are just forced into consistently fighting, trying to heal, fighting. There's no time for rest.
If we last more than 15 seconds once this ring closes, I will be shocked, because have a look at that. There's maybe one place to stand, but that's just one. It's basically the Thunderdome from Mad Max. Everybody's going to be in a cage together, and I can't imagine how many domes there will be as well. An entire team hiding behind the rocks. How many grenades can even be left at this point? Because there's so much opportunity for harassment. The Valkyrie queues are coming through as well. And what's so key here with 5 seconds left is having your shields up when it's time to start running. But where do they go? They're looking over the horizon there. There's nothing to cover behind.
And the worst part is they've got teams to their left, they've got teams in front of them, and they know it. So it is the lesser of two evils right now, as we see some squads deciding to just take the opportunity to try to push up and get some more of this damage. 4Gang is on a tear in the kill feed right now, still clearing out CLQ. Fenerbahce does manage to hold this rock, and they wait as those players are forced to rotate in while the zone is starting to collapse. And this is where everything is going to kick off here. 6 squads left, and you're right, they're probably all going to go down right now.
If you're a fan of these teams, maybe close your eyes and hope for the best, because this is going to be a brutal one. 4Gang in all kinds of trouble now, as we're suddenly we have 5 squads left, and maybe it's a chance for Rascals, if they can avoid all these bombardments, stay around the edge, allow the teams to entertain each other, then come in at the end and just finish off what they can. We see a 3D. Hold on, we've got one team still up top, and they have to be laughing at the situation below now. Again, just make sure you've got enough ammo at least, because there's so much opportunity to cause some problems, but they've got to really play the long game here. 7 bullets left in the Spitfire, so there's an example. I think ammo conservation has to be a consideration here, because they're going to have to drop eventually as everybody dances around their position.
Nemesis has been playing from on high the entire time, looking down at the teams below them like birds of prey. I mean, they have ample opportunity. They've got cover, they've got the height advantage. They can wait for a lot of these teams to kind of push, fight each other, and hopefully pick them off. Rascals has been somehow playing the dead side of the zone in a very small zone. I didn't know it was possible to do so, but they've been safe here on this side while everybody else has chosen the other half of that rock, and they know where they are. It's just about choosing their moment to try and get some more KP. As soon as this starts collapsing, and you can see there, they've got 2 minutes, under 2 minutes to decide how this is going to go, things are going to get absolutely crazy. This is the calm before the storm.
There's no way this lasts 2 minutes. I'd be surprised if it goes even more than 30 seconds. That respawn beacon may be a crucial piece of cover for one of these teams, but we'll see Nemesis trying to stay up here for as long as possible. And I have to wonder if they have any shield cells or batteries left with two of their players basically naked up there with nothing at all. We'll see if they're going for a kind of something late before they drop down, but it looks like they could be in trouble in that respect. Phoenix Legacy, full shield somehow, just trying to hide as much as possible, just waiting and looking to engage as late as they can. And again, that Valk Q will certainly be a problem to keep these shields up. And we can see Nemesis still with two naked players. They're going to be shred to ribbons. Surely they don't survive this. 4 players remain as they try to hug as much cover as possible.
Rascals knows exactly where one of the enemy squads is. They have their sights set on them. That portal was insane. Phoenix Legacy now deciding to make a push down onto the threesome below. The bubbles come out, and you can see they're trying to figure out any angles. Back on board with Rascals, who's also now in the thick of it. Their bubble gets popped, and they're trying to reset their shields before those final moments where all of these teams no longer have any sort of defensive cover.
Are we going to see a late Valk ult to just try and avoid, maybe? I think it would be absolute madness, as the madness will begin either way. Down to 3 squads now, make it 2. Fenerbahce has been dropped, a late run from them, but who takes the final? It will be Rascals, chilling for a while, shields up for a while, and ultimately that will be crucial to take the first game.
That was crazy. Rascals, we watched them sit back all alone on that one half of the zone, just kind of watching what everybody else was doing there. They were able to play that so intelligently. That portal too. Oh God, well done by Rascals.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's about disengaging and just observing and just waiting. We saw people running out of shields towards the end, being super light on ammo again. I think it was a Spitfire we saw with 7 bullets in it. So even with that high ground, if you don't have the resources to capitalize on that, that can prove problematic. But hey, it's still a late performance from that position, but Rascals had their shields up for a while, managed to dodge all that Valkyrie spam we saw with those rockets flying all over the place, and with 9 kills, that'll be good for 21 points. But Phoenix Legacy just 2 behind them with a 10 kill game, going into double figures immediately. They will be pretty happy with that performance as well.
Yeah, we were watching them. They were aggressive that entire game, so that is a really strong performance for Phoenix Legacy. Another team that was crazy aggressive, didn't necessarily get the placement points they wanted, but Forgang down there at the bottom with 8 kills for 6th place in total. I mean, that was a really I felt like they just kept, we saw their name keep popping up in that kill feed, and they were just knocking out so many of those squads. So this was a very strong start for this group of EMEA teams.
Yeah. But not for the likes of Scars, Kick, Alliance. A disastrous start. A number of teams, Future Perfect as well. These are teams we're expecting to be in the upper half. 69 IQ, I'm sure, will be looking for way more than they got out of that. We saw some early promise, but then that was about it. Unceremoniously dispatched of later on. So in that first game, we saw some nice runs towards the end, but there's a lot of teams, a lot of name value that we haven't seen just yet. But speaking of the names, we can see Alpha Draft here with almost 1,700 damage, good for 5 kills. That Valk on point for Rascals.
Honestly, the damage across all 3 players is really even. I mean, the kills are kind of all over the place, but you can see just how much work all 3 of them were putting in together. And that was reflected in the way they were playing. You could tell they had one person up a little bit, kind of doing a little bit of scouting there in that final zone, while the other 2 sat back. They were waiting to make their move, and the whole thing was just so smart.
Indeed, it was a very strong performance. They'll be happy with that. The decision-making was peak from Rascals, but can they do it again? Can they have a deep run in the second game? We will find out after the break.
Welcome back to the ALGS EMEA Pro League, and Game 1 is taken by Rascals. Onset and T-Squared here to take you through Game 2, and the story for me, Tom, of that game number 1 was that circle was pretty tough to play for pretty much every single team in that lobby.
All those teams are familiar with that circle, though. That's a classic end circle that we've seen in Apex since the beginning of the seasons. And a lot of these teams know that if they're sitting on top of that sniper tower, they are going to run out of resources. And that's exactly what happened to all the teams. I love when the teams coexist underneath that. You have a team that's going to take on each side of the edge around the rock that holds up that sniper tower. Another team that's going to go below the sniper tower. Another team on top of that. And then pay attention to the teams that use their bubbles correctly. The team that has their bubble up last, Rascals did that. Really nice Gibby play coming through. And a very tough fought game number 1.
Yeah, I think I was just about to say, you put it perfectly. It was almost like a game of chicken with who can bubble last. And it was Rascals who managed to hold on to that for the most amount of time and come out with a win, which gives them 21 points overall in our Group D versus Group C leaderboards here. You can see at the other end, though, a couple of our bigger name teams. Of course, it's only just Game 1. We should highlight that. Not having the best of starts. Scars, Europe down there, Alliance, Kick, and IG all struggling a little bit in our Game 1, Tom.
Yeah, just Game 1, like you're talking about, still a lot more Apex to be played over here, but it's definitely not a good sign, though, when you come out and start a little bit slow here, so you're going to have to really start to pick things up. Dropping that goose egg is never a good sign, and it's really surprising to see teams like Scars and Alliance, teams that we've picked in our predictions and our teams to watch consistently throughout these weeks and throughout all of these rounds. These are the teams that, again, are going to come through and hopefully play their best Apex, because I really like watching them play at a high level. My pick today was Guild. I think Guild got 5th place in that game, and you'll see how brutal it was for them getting 5th place and not picking up any kill points along the way. They were really just struggling because that zone was brutal, right? You saw Alliance playing the edge over towards the landslide area. They're trying to make their way through, just constant fighting on top of fighting, a lot of gatekeeping that happens right there. So maybe we'll see a zone with some buildings, and the caustic teams will come through and be a little bit stronger than they were that time. That was all about having a Gibby, though. If you're not able to put your Gibby dome down at the right time, if you're not able to execute and just play as patient as possible, you're going to end up getting punished, because that is a brutal zone.
I'm glad your prediction got some points on the board, because mine is Scars Europe. They got 0, the goose egg that you were talking about, and I kind of feel like I should stop predicting them, because every single time I do, they don't have a great week, and I'm expecting a message from RPR pretty soon saying, dude, can you stop with this? Like, we just want to play the game, and we don't need to have that onset curse hanging over us. But game number 2, hopefully they can lift the curse, and they can put some points on the board and put a smile on my face to make my predictions look a little bit more educated than maybe they do after game number 1. But you can see, Tom, we're into game number 2 here. We've had some interesting circles over the last few days of Pro League action as well. We've really been spread around the map on World's Edge. We've gone north, we've gone south, we've gone east, we've gone west. The question is, where are we going now as game 2 is live?
I don't know who hexed you, honestly, whether it's the listen-ins, the interviews that never happen whenever you're supposed to do them.
It's anything, honestly.
There's an onset voodoo doll somewhere that someone is just continuously punishing over and over again. As we take a look at this zone, it's going to be another open zone, but it looks like it's going to favor over towards that frag east side, maybe continue to pull it down over towards the south-hand side. But this is also a zone that could scream overlook, and you could see exactly where Mandy and their team is setting up over towards the overlook side, getting a lot of loot. They're going to love this rotation coming through. So those two teams that are sitting over in that fragment area, loving that. The overlook squad, loving that as well. 4Gang over towards that north-hand side of the climatizer. They're going to be digging that one as well. So a lot of tough rotations for our southern teams here.
Yeah, good news for Rascals, though. The winners of our game number 1. They are the team who are landed over at Frag East at the moment, so we'll have a pretty good rotation. Talking about playable spots here, Tom, because I love to get your views on it. When I'm looking at things, I'm thinking maybe just holding that height for some time over at Epicenter. It's going to be something that teams are trying to locate so they can hold out so many teams. Do you agree with that, or do you think teams are going to try and take buildings a little bit earlier?
I think that there's a couple of different playstyles based on the legends that we're talking about. That's why I loved hearing Glitter and James talk about exactly, what the meta is for EMEA, how many different varieties that we have as we look like Underrated is going in for a fight. And this is an extremely early fight here on set.
Yes, the barbecue has started a little bit early for the team inside, as they will have a few hairs on the back of their legs singed, but no knocks, no kills so far as that team manages to escape. That's why Totem Esports is going to re-engage now, escaping for just a moment. The big PK shots are going to come in, and all of a sudden, things are starting to kick off here. As the bubble goes down, the Valkyrie's going to be left kind of staring into the abyss. One shot with the Sentinel will miss, but Totem Esports are going to pick up their first kills, and that's going to be our first squad eliminated.
What's nice about that is that they're doing that so cleanly where no one gets knocked on their team. They're also doing it before rotations are even happening. So the chance of a third party is almost non-existent if that's going to be the case. And they're going to be able to pick up double loot over here. That's a nice little pill there. Not triple P20s as sometimes we get, but it's going to be a battery and some cells. So you're going to love to see that one. But I love the way that they were able to take that confidently. Coming through and getting that thermite damage is so key because you're also getting armor checks. And these pro players are just so aware of getting a good chance of what their opportunities are to win the fight based on the advantages that they have. They have damage down already. They know what armors they have. They know what legend composition the other team's running. Based on all that information, they're able to dissect that this is a good fight to take, and they're going to go and take that one as we take a look at Click and what their plan is going to be. Stuck underneath the bridge over here, over towards Fragment, is not ideal. They're trying to get on over towards the house. You can see that's where pings are going to go. And Shades on that Crypto should be able to get these beacons over and over again. You can see that beacon scan directly over towards the southern side of your mini-map in the top left. That's going to be where they're going to gather a lot of information, not just for themselves, but for us. And a lot of times, teams will also mimic the Crypto teams. If you see maybe back in the day when a team was playing Pathfinder and you didn't know exactly where the zone was going to be, you would kind of shadow where these Pathfinder teams were going to go based on the information that they have, and that would allow you to set up a little bit earlier.
They're also going to have access to that third beacon, which I think is going to be, like you mentioned, a lot of good information with how this zone actually is. And EMP is going to be coming in, though, so they're not really the only Crypto team in the area by the looks of things. Shades is going to have to go eye to eye with another Crypto. A little battle for the beacon will go down, but at the moment they look like they're very, very comfortable. You can see the barrels going down. This is the location that they made that rotation to make themselves secure for what they feel will be some time. FigFam now moving a little bit closer to the overlook side of things, around some of this height area. Maybe looking to play for this truck, which is somewhere which you see a lot of teams try and set up for a very similar zone to what we see. We have seen finishes around here, Tom.
A lot of finishes over here. There's a finish directly where that truck is. There's going to be finishes over towards the respawn beacon, multiple finishes in the no-name area. Scars is locking down the platform over towards Overlook, which I feel is a very strong spot to go and lock down too. You're going to see teams maybe play this high ground over here over towards the left-hand side, past that little canyon that you're seeing directly in the middle of your screen right now. There's endings over there. There's also going to be endings over towards the train tracks in Overlook area. And then there's over towards the Epicenter Hill, like you were talking about too, is another viable spot to play. So this is what happens in these type of instances. You really just try to base this on the zone knowledge that you see from the scan in round number 2. But realistically, the pro players, they really don't know 100%. They are just taking their best guess in terms of just, all of the information that they're seeing, plus what is going on the map in terms of where players are setting up as well. So if we do get an unorthodox bounce, say that it goes back over towards the Fragment side, all of these teams are going to have to duke it out to get there.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you raise here. It's an educated guess for the pros and the players and the teams, but we have seen some, what I keep describing as funky pools around that Zone 4, Zone 5, where things get a little bit unpredictable. So I kind of like the way that Scars are playing this. It's not just the fact that they are going to be safe for the next couple of zones, but like you mentioned, knowing the geometry of the map, knowing that they're going to have a height advantage if they do have to fight, and we see one of those pools coming in a few moments, is going to be vital for them just to get that little advantage if they do have to, as I say, engage in a fight. I tell you what, if RPR takes someone out of the sky from here with a car, Tom, I think my hair might grow back. Is that unlikely? But I kind of like the pop shots, though, just let people know. It's kind of showing a little bit of presence.
Yeah, if everyone does that, someone's bound to go and get some damage on there, whether you're just trying to charge your Evo shield up, just bully them a little bit, flash and flex a little bit for the stream, and hopefully everyone's enjoying game number 2 over here. Game number 1 was absolutely insane in terms of where the zone was going to be. This one seems to be along the same way, where we think that's going to be another open zone over here. I don't think it's going to go back on over towards that Fragment side. I think that these teams are pretty spot on with this overlooked no-name area and all this open field. As we take a look at what's going on over towards the Geyser side, all of these teams are going to be stuck fighting each other here very soon.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a three-way going on. You can see that one team up on the height is probably just thinking about engaging if a couple of knocks go down, being that third party. Kick Esports now trying to make a little bit of a scarper across, maybe towards that Geyser to get over the hill and far away. As a Teletubbies reference comes in, which is something that I never thought would happen to me in a...
I thought that was a Led Zeppelin reference. That's just goes to show you where we're at.
Yeah,
You think of Teletubbies, Over the Hills and Far Away is a Led Zeppelin song. Let it be known, everybody. I don't care what Onset says. They keep first.
I mean, what was in the back of my head as well was Fenerbahce Esports with... Pinky Finky still being on there. It's not quite Tinky Winky, but it's close enough. So you can see where my head was at. But yeah, yours sounded much cooler, to be honest. Much, much cooler.
Hey, you know what? Let's just dress up. Let's figure out what's going on for Halloween next year already. I know that there's a lot of people that love Halloween that much. Let's just dress up as Teletubbies and get it over with on set. What do you say?
You're going to turn up as someone from Led Zeppelin. I'm going to turn up as a Teletubby, and it's going to be a very difficult formal dinner for me. But
we all jump in the pool on 3, right? 1, 2, you go.
Kiki Sports are making their way across. I'm leaving this conversation because I'm not coming out of it looking good in any kind of way. Kiki Sports are holding down the choke at the moment. Do you have the bow check in hand as well for a little bit of peak damage? And looking across the armors, Tom, they do need that range because the Arca's only got that white armor at the moment.
Yeah, looking good with these shots too. I mean, that's not easy to go and just bully teams with this bow check bow. Yes, it used to be strong, and it still is kind of strong, but the thing is it's really situational, just like right there, hitting that 87. You have to make sure that you aren't doing it in a full-on skirmish, right? If you're going into a PK battle with a bow check, it's just really not going to work out. But the idea here is to use it as a medium-range sniper rifle to try to get these Evo armors up and then pass those back and forth. Maybe Hyarka is going to be next for Kick to go and get this one underway too. And Kick's been having themselves a pretty strong performances throughout all of the group stages. I think they've been pretty impressive overall. We'll see what they're going to be able to do locking down over towards this choke. But you can see they are sharing this choke with another team on the opposite side. And both of these teams are going to be trying to deal with the teams that are coming from this overlook area behind them. So you have to continue to watch your back. You cannot get pinched in this type of situation. Any teams that come over from Geyser are going to be extremely tough to deal with, and that's why the pings are coming down. The zone is closing. They have to watch their back here.
You can see the difficulty for Kick here as well. It's not just the teams that are in front of them, and they will have to kind of creep their way forward in a couple of circles' time. It's what's happening behind them as well. The Valkyrie ult's going over their head. They have to be aware of playable areas they might be thinking about scooting towards in a few moments' time, being taken by those Valkyrie teams who are flying over their heads for now. But speaking of the circle, we do get that third circle information. We are going to be pulling away from Overlook far to the north, away towards Epicenter more than anything. A little bit of Climatizer in there as well. And an interesting circle. That height is already becoming a little bit more valuable than maybe it looked a few moments ago. It was Future Perfect. Will be safe inside of that next zone, but they do have to move out of Fragment East at some point.
Rascals picking up some kills too in the kill feed, even off where they did in game number 1, just coming through strong today. But when you look at that zone, Epicenter and Overlook in between the two, it's definitely all about that high ground over towards the mountain like we were talking about a little bit earlier. And there's another mountain that's in the back of Overlook that can really oversee everything, and then you could eventually push down over towards the little, I think on the train tracks, I believe those are just, are they empty train cartons? I don't know. Are they trailers? Whatever those trailers are down below.
Go with. That one
yeah,
works
empty
for me.
train carts. There's 2 empty train carts that are down that are most likely are going to be in the next zone too. And that's where you're going to see a lot of these caustic teams go and set up. But if you get there too early, you end up getting grenaded out. So it's all about timing here for our teams, and we'll see exactly who has that time underneath their belt right now. Is Alliance. They did not have that in game number 1. They went out very early, right around the same time about now, right around the 18th, 19th area, over on the landslide area too. So this time they're playing safe. Mark, this is the area that you were hoping that teams would lock down, this high ground over here. Alliance has the confidence to go and do that, and that's what you need. This is an area where there's so much to go and guard and so many areas to watch that all players need to keep their heads on a swivel.
Well, let's see what Alliance's plan is here. We'll jump into a listen in with the 3 players, all playing together at the moment at the Alliance HQ. Let's see what they have to say.
I think once you come to us,
I got a 3x flatline.
Okay,
look at this.
I got a Sentinel. So
wait. Loud.
Someone needs to watch behind a little bit.
Yeah. You have a 3 Sentinel? Yeah, shoot across. I'm gonna hold her back then. Don't let anyone take the trucks below us. Do not let anyone fucking take the trucks.
70 Valk.
We basically just want to free-P this, guys. They're gonna get sent on soon.
Yeah. We sandwich the guys on the height on the other side.
Yeah. Team below here, underneath, Epi sensor.
Yeah.
In the open. You don't see me, GB don't see me. 5 shoot, GB.
70.
32 blue.
I'm dropping down a little bit.
3 guys below here, Vakis, careful.
Yeah.
Team on top just jumped off as well.
Zipping away.
Yeah.
60 GB.
Closing.
One of out. -4.
Valk crack, 66.
Where?
We can't do anything to them.
Behind us.
We can't do anything to them though. Peppy, yeah.
I'm taking up the nades. I'm gonna eat some nades at them.
But this team just.
I don't see.
If there was no team there, we could do something, but.
I don't see these guys.
They're running as well. Center middle, running northeast. Center middle, running northeast.
GB's right here.
I see GB.
Yeah.
They might fight each other.
Yeah, we need to current control space on the trucks, guys. Need to control space on the trucks.
Yeah, the trucks are fine. Trucks are fine.
Yep. Cannot let anyone take trucks. If they do, we're fucked.
There's a guy right here. What are you shooting?
Oh, I got fired. There's a team in trucks. What?
What? Is it?
Yeah.
Below us.
Yeah, in this truck.
Oh, they must have just went in there. The census team must have just run in there.
Oh, we need a better awareness of that.
Census team from here must have run in.
A spooky moment there, Tom, for Alliance. You saw that Hackish was saying, we can't let teams control the trucks. Next thing he knows, he's getting shot in the back by a team from trucks and almost lost his life.
Yeah, he was pretty surprised about that, too. And he's like, WTF, mate? What's going on with my teammates here? Why aren't they going and watching that one? But I love the confidence that just they were talking about exactly what they need to do in terms of the checklist of what needs to happen for them to be successful. That's what Apex is all about, having multiple plans going through and just running through that checklist of things to make sure that you are watching your back and everybody else has your back as we take a look at those zones. And to confirm whether they're empty train carts, whatever it is, let's just call them trucks, okay? Let's call, if Alliance calls them trucks, I call them trucks.
Alliance know best, and I have to agree with them on their previous performance. And well, the trucks are going to be prime area now. As you heard Alliance, the calls coming out. The Alliance are going to have to look for a 3P. You heard them trying to set one up or being aware of a situation that might develop that they could take advantage of. Future Perfect are going to be safe for now. But as you can see with that beacon information they have as well, they know they're going to have to move. But this is just a little bit of a standoff at the moment between the two teams at the east side of Fragment, the most eastern side of it. As that standoff continues, we'll jump over to watch some kick because a little bit of a fight is going out. Over near Overlook, as OJ Reigns going to use that hemlock to just pepper away at these teams inside the trucks.
This is that situation where we talked about both of these teams that we just switched on were expecting different zones. Maybe they weren't expecting different zones and they were trying to get over towards this area between Overlook and Epicenter and they just got stuck there, but that's what happens. You just start running out of real estate, other teams start gatekeeping you now, and going into round number 3 and round number 4 is really where all of the magic happens in Apex, and a lot of these teams will start to duke it out. Scar's one of those teams too on the Overlook side. Now having to use that bubble, and it looks like Mandy going to be the first one to go down.
2v2 though. Defensive bombardment will go down. They were forced into that fight there, Scars, and the fact that the zone was closing behind them. RPR's trying to move up, and Taishin is going to fly in. He's going to hit one pretty hard, but now it's a 1v1 for him. A little bit of help coming in from another team as well. He's going to fake, going for that res. Desert from FigFam is the player on the other side of things. Desert does have the slight advantage with the armor. He's going to back off for now, but that armor's been shredded away as Taishin decides to re-pop, and he might have just created enough space here, Taishin, to get that res off, and he might be helped out by another team who are trying to take Desert for themselves.
Desert's doing a great job. I mean, coming through and just trying to get that extra placement point. Keep in mind, if you go out in 16th place, you don't get that extra point, and 1 point could really make a difference if you're trying to make it into the playoffs or not. So I love that play, just backing off, realizing the situation. Also, like you said, buying some time for the enemy team to go and get their res up too. Let's see if they're going to get some more help along the way. Invictus Gaming coming around the corner, trying to hunt down. It's going to be Bryn looking for this last player, but Desert, you can see, was taken out in that kill feed. So they are going to go out, but they do get that extra kill point that they're, or extra placement point, excuse me, that they were looking for.
Also going to get a lot of loot here in Invictus as well, holding this high ground. And they're going to be in a really good spot towards this end game, Tom. I mean, look at the playable area that we have left. They are on the highest spot, as you say, the God spot, looking down on those trucks. I had to think about what we agreed on calling it there for 2 seconds, but they are going to be looking down on some of the finishing areas of the map. Reply Totem now in a little bit of a problem, as Yuki is going to pick up one, and Alliance are going to be trying to move in as well. Sharp's trying to hold this bubble. Big shots with a massive. He evens it up, and not just evens it up, he might be able to win this. Those shots coming in are massive. It'll be Fenerbahce who are on the receiving end of those shots. They were pretty much as clean as you can get.
Massive, massive shots right there coming through, and EVA 8, not that strong in Gibby, especially with the nerfs and buffs that have been happening to the shotguns throughout overtime. We're starting to see the PK and the Mastiff become a little bit more popular, especially with the Gibraltars that are coming through with that arm shield that you're getting with the passive. But Alliance and Rascals going back and forth between these two teams. They're both kind of on the edge of the zone over here, as you're going to see Reply Totem gets taken down. That's going to be Hackies coming through on that Wraith. And love watching Hackies play Wraith, and also going back to his tried and true legend. I mean, definitely one of the strongest rates that we have in all of EMEA, also rocking a composition that we've seen Sentinels be so successful with before in the past, and also having multiple ways to go and rotate throughout all here. They're not going to need a Valkyrie ultimate. They are in the zone. They have some high ground over here, and they have to take this team out on the opposite side of the rock if they want to survive.
Vibes to the 301, just trying to peel that player off of the little mound that was in front of them. Hackis with the flatline, the 3 times on that, and I've got to say, it's always a pleasure to watch Hackis control that recoil and do so much damage. We saw it in the spray on that Valkyrie who was crossing just a few moments ago. One of the best flatline players that we have across the globe in the Apex Legends Global Series, and look at that, another example of it there, Tom. Looking at the feed though, it's Invictus again, Bryn picking up one, as now Eternal are trying to get involved here. Bubble's going to be popped, Alliance in a little bit of trouble here as the shots are coming in from Move Bloom.
Let's see if these Thermites are going to be able to connect. It looks like that one's going to go and miss. That could have been a massive Thermite overall, but this is such an important fight to go and control this high ground, because you can see all they have to do is slowly move up over towards the edge to the next zone, and they're going to be A-okay. There goes the push, and Alliance is not messing around.
Yeah, that was about as clean a tackle as you can make on a team. That was 3 players falling, no shields getting broken. It was Yuki who actually managed to get that first knock to turn that into a 3v2 advantage for Alliance. On the back of that, they pushed, they cleaned things up as we now jump over to some more action going down around this end zone. You can see 69 IQ Esports inside, bunkered up, hunkered up, trying to stay a little bit cozy as the surrounding area is looking a little bit chilly.
And these were the trucks that we were talking about. These 2 that are directly on the train station, both of those are in the run. They're in, they are alive as well, but the nades start to pour in, and Invictus looking like they wish they took this a little bit later, as now it's just up to blast, and you can see he has a couple knocks over here trying to pick up the extra kill points along the way, get some armors, get some extra loot along the way. It's not going to happen though. Uprising coming through, and now Guild looking like they're going to finish the fight over towards the tunnel area as well.
Great shots from Matafe, but 2 players have fallen. Is there anyone in the vicinity who's going to try and take the opportunity to third party this, or will he be able to get his 2 teammates up? You can see that Hackers is hearing all the fighting that is going down. He's trying to scout out the next move here for Alliance, taking himself up to this high ground just to get a better vantage point over the rest of the teams that are left in this lobby, and he's going to find someone. That's a rogue Valkyrie, and once again the flatline hitting hard.
Yeah, I love that tracking right there coming through, and the 3X just putting in some serious work. You can hit people close range with that one. You could hip fire that obviously, but that 3X range for this zone is going to really be useful for Hackies and that Alliance team. Meanwhile, Guild, Matafe able to get those kills and get the full res. You saw multiple armor swaps were inside as well. They're going to be A-okay. 3 full squads here in this 3-on-3-on-3.
69 IQ, Alliance, and Guild all standing off of each other at the moment. Guild are in the most difficult position, you would say. Having to funnel out of that tunnel is going to be very difficult to say, as well as a difficult play to make. Alliance just holding the angles here, and also with Vibes finding that alternator towards endgame here, he's just going to be shredding through shields given the opportunity.
Yeah, plus he has a Digi threat in case any caustics end up throwing any gas, or he's going to get through any visual clutter that's going down. But I love how they're just bullying these teams on over towards the low ground. That's going to be so difficult to make your way up. Right now, it looks like Guild and Alliance probably having the best 2 spots, but like you were talking about, Guild has a longer trek than everybody. The good thing is Vapes is going to be able to lay down some solid defensive bombardments and hopefully be able to do something for this Alliance squad, since he does have his utility. You can see Hackies also is going to have the portal too, so Alliance maybe having a little bit bigger advantage than everybody else. It looks like 69 IQ going to go for the big brain play. We'll see if they get punished. First team to go and make a move, they're going to redeploy into that skyward dive.
Yeah, they had to, unfortunately. The problem is they've landed and they've not really got much to work with now. Hackis is going to put a portal down and maybe try and just get some different angles for his team, as we're going to see Guild trying to push in as well. The bubble is down for Guild, and look at this, a wonderful play from Hackis, recognizing that he can take the angles that nobody else can. He'll pick up one now, retreat to his teammates as well. Matafe gone down, and this is just perfect Wraith play, an example that everybody should follow if they want to play that character.
Just understanding that he has the reaction time to go and make this play. He has the knowledge to go and do that. Realizes that someone is healing inside the bubble, so that player is going to be weak. Great opportunity to go and lay down some extra damage. Still had his face throughout all of that, but now all of a sudden it gets turned back around, and Guild is coming through with the cleanup. It looks like they're going to be able to take this game.
Oh my! What is going on here? Guild, I'm not sure how they managed to stabilize through all of that. But it doesn't matter. We'll get to watch it back in a few moments. All that really matters is they have the champion banner next to their name. I saw that Hackis went down to a defensive bombardment, but it wasn't as clean as it maybe once looked like it might be for Alliance, and Guild come out on top.
I don't know what happened right there for Alliance. It looked like everything was A-okay. They came through. They had the knocks. They had the numbers. Maybe it was a well-placed defensive bombardment. Maybe they didn't have their bubble. Could have been some miscommunication. They may have gotten split up there. But you got to give credit to Guild. They had the longest trek out of those 3 teams. 69 IQ, kind of with the misplay with that Valkyrie redeploy. But at a certain extent, when you're being forced out by 2 of the great teams in our EMEA region and you have the low ground, you have to go and make a big play. And that's what they tried to do. Great game there, though, from Guild and Alliance. Look at that. 20 points plus for both of these teams.
Yeah, 2 teams, 2-point sponges. That is a 43-point combined game for Guild Esports and Alliance. Of course, Guild taking home that win. 69 IQ Esports with that Valkyrie redeploy kind of just messed with the minds, I think, of Alliance a little bit. And Guild, it gave Guild the opportunity to escape. If they don't have that Valkyrie, Tom, it could have been a very, very different game for Guild.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it was interesting to see how all 3 teams played that final circle. I love seeing that. I love the changes that happened over a couple of seasons ago where it doesn't collapse immediately. You have an opportunity to go and make some plays and outplay players, use your utility, make sure that you're using your legends to your ability. But I love the plays that we saw from Alliance too. Yes, they didn't win that game, but they were able to take a lot of aggressive plays and a lot of aggressive angles. That's what Alliance does best.
Well, looking at the stats here, Matafe on Gibby putting up 2k damage, Horizon and Silter alongside him to form the winning squad. And yeah, your prediction, Tom, coming good in game number 2, which I'm sure is going to put a smile on your face, and quite rightly so. But looking across all of it, good assists, good damage from everyone, and decent KP that we saw totaling up to the score they managed to put on the board.
You know, I can't take credit for any of my predictions. I just sit next to Glitter and borrow a number 2 pencil and copy all of her predictions. I was that kid in school, so let that be known.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see as we head towards game number 3 if those predictions are going to look even better, as Guild are looking extremely strong there. I mean, the end game is very interesting for me now with Valkyrie because, like I mentioned previously, 69 IQ before Valkyrie, I don't think they have a chance of making it into you know, anyway, I mean, excuse me, I don't think Guild really have a chance of converting that into a win outside of some sort of miracle play. But 69 IQ being able to take themselves out of the fight and then re-enter it when they would have been focused previously just gave Alliance so many more problems that maybe they thought they would have had.
Yeah, that was more of a 420 IQ play than a 69 IQ play because I'm not quite sure what they were thinking throughout all of that. But again, you were being forced into a tough situation between 2 really great teams. Guild and Alliance are very strong. All of these teams are really strong. That's why they are in the best pinnacle of Apex Legends that we have here in our pro league. So when you do have to, you know, fight a team over towards the side, you're losing ammo. You have to lose a little bit of time. You lose a little bit of space. Guild recognizes that. They take full advantage of that, and they punish Alliance.
Jumping up 6 places as well to 2nd place overall, just a point behind Rascals now. Alliance jumping up 13 places as well to 4th spot, looking extremely strong. Some slight concerns still for my pick, Scars Europe. Once again, the curse seems to be true here, Tom. I'm not quite sure if I feel guilty or if I'm just thinking that maybe they need to step up a little bit. But we'll find out after the break when we get back for some more ALGS Pro League action.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
We returned for our third game of the day here in the EMEA region after quite a performance from Matafe in particular. 2k damage in that last game. Quite a turnaround from the first game.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to say that I'm feeling pretty good about them right now, James, but I'm feeling pretty good about Guild. Like you're saying, that's a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, that was really good. But we have 4 more games to come. And now what we want to see is consistency, hey, from the teams to watch. But, you know, everybody's got to be targeting that, but not everybody can make it there. Someone's going to have to come last. And we've seen some big names in that region. Of course, Scars with a terrible first game. And maybe someone will have a terrible first game in our a terrible third game today in our EMEA region. So we'll have to find out. We've had some very interesting rings to start off our first games. We've seen, I don't know if it's the urgency to try and get to a better position where we've lost teams early. The first game was a complete massacre. We saw some crazy action early on in the second game as well. And here are the current scores on the doors. Rascals 1 point to the good with Guild right behind them, hopping up 6 points. 6 places, after that game. Alliance as well. Again, they had a nightmare game in the first one. So they move up 13 places to 4th.
Yeah, and you know, we saw this a lot yesterday as well. One insanely solid performance makes a big difference in the rankings for the day. And we saw that all the way up until the last game because the points were so close. So we'll see if that trend continues here today. You mentioned, you know, the teams to watch, and we just saw how many places Alliance moved up the list. Even though they didn't win, I felt like we saw exactly what Yuki was talking about when we got to listen to that video. That confidence that, you know, he was talking about, that Fallout had even mentioned when he gave us that intel. I mean, they looked really, really good as a team.
Absolutely. And I do believe they're playing together in Sweden at the moment, which is one place where some level of gaming together has been possible of late. So that's really cool for the squad. And we'll see if that is gonna have a part to play in this next game now. Game number 3, if you're joining us late. Still looking for something from Scars, who I believe are currently in 17th place, picked by 2 of our guys today on the desk. So we definitely want to see something from them, and we'll see where Guild are looking to land. I have spoken to Matafe briefly on his stream about zones before and what he prefers. So I think he will be happier with some of the zones we've seen today, but let's see where the next one's going.
You know, I want more variety. Keep it interesting, keep all the players and teams on their toes. And as I say that, we get a look at the zone and where it's going. And right now, Overlook is looking pretty nice. And Rascals are also in a really solid position.
Yeah, and looking at Scars, they've got to be happy with that. Quick side note, no team is spreading towards the dome. We do sometimes see a team will just spread out on drop if they think no one else is going to go dome and just try and get some extra loot. Not happening just yet, but surely we see a better game for Scars now, as they are basically, the zone is on top of them. Bearing in mind how much of that is Rock once again, that'll be quite interesting, but Scars have got to be in a good position for game 3.
Yeah, they'll be able to loot up and just kind of wait everybody else out, because you saw nobody was over in Geyser. So they don't even have to worry about people that were immediately close to them. Literally, I think the closest team was Rascals. So Rascals as well be able to make a quick rotate, get a solid spot, but Underrated decided to kick things off quickly, taking out Totem, or at least Savage on Totem right now, trying to make sure that they get some early KP on the board, and that was a quick and easy, nice little kill there.
Yeah, and that's what they need from this game. They have been cannon fodder previously. Now that is a nice bird spot. They have been cannon fodder. I think in the game we just saw, Underrated were, them and Eternal were taken out reasonably early in that game. So they need to turn things around and have an immediate response, and that's one way to do it for sure.
Yeah, we can actually see here, I mentioned how nobody was in Geyser. Kicks making a quick rotate on through, trying to get into the zone nice and early. Kick is, they're looking a little bit under looted right now though, so they need to probably take a little break over here in No Name, get some extra loot for themselves, and continue that rotation if they want to, but no one's in these buildings, so they might be able to hold this area for now and get a little bit of extra loot. No, it's looted, so they won't have too much extra loot, but they'll have cover for now.
Yeah, that is most unfortunate. And we can see they've got 3 teams around them as well. So they are very, very squishy, and they cannot be comfortable with their current situation. We did speak about Eternal earlier on, and they'll be looking to have a better time of things here.
I wonder if Eternal saw them rotate in or not into these buildings. Eternal's making their push right on top of Kick, taking the building across the way. You can see CLQ in one of those buildings as well. All of
they're
these
in a
teams,
sandwich.
Yeah, all of these teams are going to want to wait if they can, but EMPs are coming out already, trying to see if they can maybe chip away at some of those shields.
That might be the only way that Kick can evo their armor right now, is to just go for shield swaps and hope they've got some ultimate accelerants at the very least, because they don't have a lot else. And indeed, when you've got grey, white armor, whichever you prefer, you are so squished. You're like a grape between 2 fingers, and a Kick are like they're between 2 teams as well. So that is going to be a very interesting situation. How they even rotate out of those buildings is a question to be answered later on. We move with 69 IQ now, who have got all kinds of beautiful colors. They got the crayons out. They've made themselves blue, gold, and purple, and they'll be in a much better situation than Kick, at least in that regard.
Yeah, they are a lot more solid when it comes to their loot. But we actually got a chance to check in with Smegito before the tournament, so let's check in and see what he had to say.
I think at the moment we're experiencing Kick as a fierce opponent. They're actually very good. They've picked up a new player at the start of Pro League, and he's very talented, but fierce as they may be, they are all 3 on mouse and keyboard, and I hate to say it, but we've got 2 controllers, so at the end of the day, they're getting run through, you know?
Did you hear that confidence out of Smegito? He is adamant that the controller players are superior.
I'm so distracted by the facial hair game. I've got to give him props for that mustache. I tried to grow a beard once during, when this pandemic started, and my mum was just disrespected, she felt, and just ordered me to shave it when in the patchy stage. So respect for a mustache like that. That is beautiful. But what might not be is the current Rascal situation, and down they go. The first team to get dropped by Taishin and Go.
And I was just saying how Rascals was probably the only other team that was even remotely close to Scars, and that they would be able to at least hold a solid spot. Instead, they push all the way over into Overlook and get taken out by Scars. But there are more teams here that Scars is going to have to continue fighting off if they want to hold this position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, well, some early KP will be exactly what they need. Again, even if you're not winning the games, if you can have consistency, and hey, we've got 2/3 of the games to go, including this one. So if you can have consistency, that can certainly help. If you get that KP, if you finish in the late game, it can help you get up towards the better end of the table, the business end of the table, if you will. Let's not forget, for those of you who joined us late, of course, we have a change to the format because we won't have LAN finals for this split. But what that does mean is that the teams who finish in the top 10 will start the finals with some extra points. If you finish in first place, you'll start with 10 points, which will certainly help you try to get towards 50 for a match point situation. So all these games are very, very important as we see some more rotations come through.
I mean, I think we've got Fenerbahce here now. I think we've got Kick here. We saw 4Gang in the kill feed getting some more points on the board for themselves. They've been really aggressive for 2 out of these 3 games so far. I mean, Scars, I thought this might have been a little bit easier for them to hold, but no one wants to make it easy on them. Scars is continuing to take out these teams that are pushing up on them, though. They're still managing to keep themselves alive, and they're not even that punished for it.
They will gladly accept this KP. Everybody wants the building with the nice view, very picturesque there, but Scars want it all for themselves. They're being very selfish about this map control. And I'm not sure how many of these local teams, if you will want to test them. I think it's going to be those risky Valcolts from further away where it's definitely too late to make your way into this building. It's a coin flip. You're going to have to fight. Maybe you'll survive, maybe you'll die. Maybe it's a gamble someone wants to take, but pushing into Mastiffs and such like that, rather you than me.
We hadn't even finished closing the first circle, and already 3 squads are gone. We're down to 17. There's a lot of early game fighting happening, whether that's trying to get a solid position in Overlook or making their way on over to Overlook in those rotations. These teams are ready to battle. Now on board with Alliance, who's also in the middle of a fight. Yuki takes a lot of damage and barely escapes with 1 health. leaving it to the rest of his team to try and clean this up.
How will they survive this? We'll see where Vapes is off to. He's got no armor right now, getting his shields back up once again, popping that bat. Nobody to contest him just yet. You can see Yuki is getting his shields back up as well. So maybe they've got a chance to stabilize, but will they thrive afterwards? Will there be more challenges? They may be okay for now, but in 2 minutes they're going to have to start moving. You can see that there's still a few skirmishes to have, but it will feel like a long way to push over that bridge. Who knows what lies on the other side? Some tracking being attempted with the charge rifle. Get the shields up at the very least and burn the shields of your opponent. Get that inventory empty and lacking. We saw late on 2 games ago in the high ground, in the very late ring, 2 of the 3 players of one team didn't have any shields left whatsoever. So this damage can have a part to play if you can't find anything later on.
Yeah, I think that was Nemesis' team that was stuck on high the entire time. Lots of charge rifle damage being dealt right now. And did you see where the zone pulled? By the way, the next zone is pulling off of Overlook, just a smidge to the west of it. But those squads that were all battling it out, trying to go up against Scars for solid positioning, will eventually have to leave now.
Yeah, and that's going to be very fun to watch. We'll have a look at the map when we get an opportunity. There'll be a replenishing of the utility for Alliance as they look to craft some bats. And again, for any newer players who may be tuning in, if you find yourself with grey armor and you can't find any upgrades, you can evo your armor to blue in a replicator for a good 50 points. So that is always an option, but you definitely don't want to get caught with nothing to wear. So make sure you know your surroundings before you venture for something like that. And there'll be some traveling to do for Alliance soon, as in 30 seconds, this ring is going to get very, very small indeed.
Look, you could see the pings coming out as well from Alliance, trying to figure out where they would ideally like to set themselves up here as these zones continue to shrink on down. Alliance very comfortably looted up after that nice little reset. They didn't end up having to continue that engagement with that enemy squad. Both teams back off. Both will probably be able to reset. Now they're going to have to rotate through this choke and hope that nobody's gatekeeping on the other side of it. But look how many teams are in those few available buildings in No Name, and they definitely intend on holding those.
Once everyone sees that green ring, once that green ring turns grey and everybody can see it, that's going to be a very urgent situation for some of those Overlook squads who need to find themselves in a better position. And if the team's ahead of them consider trying to take their time, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be awkward, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be very, very painful. But that means entertainment for us. As spectators, we live vicariously through the trials and tribulations of Apex teams. So that's going to be very spicy indeed. We can see some care packages on the way, and that care package is going to be in no man's land, because as we can see, there are at least 4 teams in the vicinity of that. You can see some harassment on the truck as well, with the crypto drone. But I know there were I think there were 2 cryptos around there earlier on, so I am wondering if both those cryptos are still alive now, or if one has expired.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think there were 2 over there, and the more I think about it here, James, the more I think that we might have brought this on ourselves. We did say going into game 1 that we would appreciate a little bit of chaos, that we wanted it to be entertaining, and look at the zones the games that we're on, at least, that we're getting right now.
I love it. It's unforgiving. It's relentless. It's cruel. It's cold outside. It's cold outside. These guys want to be inside, try and warm up, but they're not really being given that luxury. The brutality of the rings is definitely here today. You can see Hackis looking to get some KP for his team, as we can see in the kill feed. They've got some options for engagers, moving for more cover, and he's going to make another portal for more skirmishes. They'll go fishing to see what they can find. In the meantime, as we can see, Kick they've got a bit of shield upgrade, but it's not really an ideal situation, and we're seeing some big harassment coming in from Alliance. Is this a full send, though? Will they continue to engage from the other side of that door? No, Hackis just looking to cause problems, be a nuisance, and pester other teams, and then fall back.
I love that. Alliance is showing us even more confidence than I feel like we've seen in the previous game. They are just trying to be as annoying as possible. They're being very, very bold in their moves, and I like that aggression out of them. It's probably going to reward them in the long run, but as I say that, they're actually getting snuck up on from behind. Yuki once again is in a very, very low health situation while the rest of his team tries to keep that enemy squad off of their position and give Yuki a little bit of time to heal up, but all of those nades! Are you kidding me?
Oh, there's even more! How do they survive this? Surely they don't. Hackis running for dear life. He's got to leave his teammates for dead. Abandoned ship, trying to be under the bridge like a pigeon, but they've been cleared out by security. Bleaching the floor now as surely Alliance become history. At least those two players, down they go. See if they're able to retrieve that banner later on, but I don't think everybody likes being harassed by Alliance, and Underrated will take control of that bridge. Take man's bridge by force.
You know, I thought they had it. I might have cursed them with that. They were looking so good. They were being really aggressive with their poke damage. They were looted, and Underrated just came in and shut it down so fast. And now Underrated also realizes where some of those other squads that Alliance was keeping their eyes on are located inside of the city. But I think, or did Hackis make it away or no?
I think he may be. I think he is alive somewhere and just wishing for a better situation. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Tai Sheen, does he survive this? Down goes Mandy out of the sky. Tai Sheen, is he going to be able to land? Is he going to be able to heal? The harassment is still coming through. Gets tagged to maybe 5 HP. That's an absolutely disastrous Valcult. Mandy's been deleted, erased from the annals of history. Oh, Scars, it doesn't stop. There are still bullets coming their way, praying for that portal to come through, dodging the Valkyrie, but that's a really bad situation for them. And still, there's no peace. There's no peace to be bartered at all. There's barely anywhere for them to stand. Tai Sheen with 1 HP and shields, but surely it gets worse for them.
We mentioned that was potentially going to be a really rough rotate once they realized that they had to leave their overlook position. That's exactly what happens. They go for the Valk rotate, but there's just too many teams in the area to be able to kind of take some shots at them while they're in the sky. And Forgang, I was going to say this when we were on with them before, they've been holding this position knowing that there was the possibility of the teams that had to come out of overlook that they might be able to pick off in the process. Now checking back in with Invictus. Invictus looks like they are waiting out this bubble before they get some more throwables down, but they are able to deal a lot of damage from noises. Shields are cracking everywhere. Pinky the first to go down. And I've said it for you, James.
There you go. 5 gifted on the way. Pinky is out. IG with the full send. We saw one holding the Arc Stars, but we saw 2 of his teammates going for it. They were ready. They were poised to exploit their opponents, and they will do exactly that. Now we move to 16 squads remaining. And we've barely had a breath to talk about the kick situation. They've had to really try to conserve their energy and so on, all the things they have. But we'll get back to them later because Invictus could be in some trouble here. We've got a bit of crypto harassment, which doesn't mean there's a full commit behind it, but they've got to press forward and maybe they'll be forced to engage around this rock, sliding down, and he will see that there's flesh and surely they'll try to capitalize on this situation. Up close now, the L-Star's got to absolutely shred.
Not a moment's rest here for Invictus. They are getting into fight after fight and coming out on top every single time. So let's take a quick listen in to see what their comms sound like right now after all that.
Train track tunnel, no?
Maybe, but we gotta play slower.
Yeah, I'm going with Bryn. I'm taking my time.
Cover the right here.
I don't see anyone in the blue cart. I'm not even capping.
Okay, you.
Oh no, there's a caustic team in there.
Just dodge LOS. Team on the right, Bryn. Team on the right. Be careful. Team on the right.
I'm gonna try and pull
someone. What about here, Bryn? On my ping. What about it? What about it? Yeah. I'm running for TP.
Same. We have to play small. You need to care from here. You need our barrels on the right side mostly, so we can LOS with them. Alright?
Yeah, we might have to push
them. Look here, running in front of me. Crypto down.
Nice. Can we get it?
You died.
What in tunnel?
Is anyone in tunnel?
No one in tunnel, Bryn. No one in tunnel.
Alright, I'm taking space on there.
I'm running for tunnel as well.
Okay. I want to run tunnel then.
I have 80 light.
Come back more. Come back. Look,
Bryn, come here, take my wing. Bryn, come here right now. Take my wing.
Cameron, you're safe from me. They can't peek here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Make sure we have TP for next zone.
No Excel.
I have Oxel. Dropping it here.
Might be something good. Should I get my gas out with it? Or do you want to get TP?
Yeah, I'm not going to have TP if I use it.
Okay, I'm gonna get gas out then.
We have to play this enemy ping rock. Wait, Brandon, we need to kill this fucking guy. I'm fucking EMPing him right now. He's a solo. We need to force this position.
He's dead.
Nice. Do you have TP there or not? No, you don't, right?
No, I don't have TP. I'm running up to where he died. I see the team playing on the side of the cliff here.
What about in here? You gotta be careful. There's a Cobra in there too.
Spring on me, shoot me.
Yeah, I'm getting fucked.
Selling. Nice.
I got 2 Orcs out there. I'm bringing them back.
I can't break that.
You might need to TP us there, Bryn. You might need to TP us there.
No, I can't. I've got to come to you.
That's fine. We're being shot from truck.
We're being angled here.
We're
being angled on our left.
Throw a barrel in front of you, can.
Yeah.
I think I'm dead here.
And you fucking bring your blocking my barrels.
Relax, bro.
Cam, get to me.
Come back to me,
Cam, you're going forward.
I can't. I know.
I'm gonna cover you. I'm gonna cover you.
I'm gonna have TP.
We just have to angle left side here.
I have TP now.
I think you TP for that rock, Bryn. I think that rock's good now. It's not in zone, but we're going to walk forward from there, okay?
I got Kraber, bro.
Can you quarter go on him?
Yeah.
Throw it deep.
Yeah, throw it deep.
I throw it.
I'm right. Oh.
Jumping back in as Future Perfect is starting to pick off Invictus after all that action. We saw them survive so much, reposition how many times. I mean, those comms were amazing, Bardov.
Man, that was absolutely insane. Just all the mayhem, the crypto information so crucial. Trying to barrel to block the Arcstar, throwing it on his teammate's back, getting Krabered while trying to make the portal to escape the situation, to move to your plan B. Absolute madness happening. And in all that, we only have 4 squads remaining. It's honestly been an abattoir. I think we've lost more than 10, and the Kraber continues to do more, at least cracking. We'll see if they can capitalize on that, or is this more harassment coming through? 4 squads remaining, and they can barely hide from this Kraber. The flatline to follow up. There's no mercy to be had on this server.
We were hoping, I was hoping for some Kraber action, and we are getting it here in game number 3. 69 IQ on the high ground, looking down on a lot of these teams that are trying to find whatever cover they can right now. And things are not looking good. Bubbles are popped down below, and they're just trying to survive as much as possible. You can see it's Future Perfect and Guild as well down there in the low ground. 69 IQ, the only team on high, so this will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, they've got 10 seconds until that ring starts to move, but from their position up top, they have to think about making it to first place here, because surely they're going to have to drop down eventually. But these teams are going to have to move forward from this cover and worry about fighting themselves as well as the team on the high ground as well. And getting their shields up, as we can see. He's got to definitely pop that bat as the harassment continues. So 69 IQ have got to hold up top for as long as possible. Do they drop on Guild? You have to wonder. They're immediately below them to the left-hand side, but it seems they may want to use the cover. But if they drop elsewhere, they can end up being targeted by one of the players or teams, or even 2 on the low ground. And they're starting to move forward now and try to do what they can. But Case Winnie's on the floor. Slayers have none of them have got any shield left whatsoever. They've got to get these drops as soon as possible.
Oh, they push up on a Thirdle and take them out, but then Guild uses that as an opportunity to try and third party. Future Perfect is now the last one that Guild has to worry about, and Future Perfect trying to reset as much as possible before these final engagements. Get a little bit of high ground here with the Ash, which is going to be huge, and they still have 2 shots left in the Kraber. Are they going to be able to make them count?
It's going to be so hard to get it off because he's got about 10 HP and no shields, no time trying to pop the bat. He's got a teammate on point in front of him, which maybe gives him some space to do that. It's going to be really crucial. He's got his crypto to at least try and spot and pick where people are. He's got his hands and knees, but look at the high ground here. 69 IQ still up top. The shotguns are ready. The reload coming through. Surely they capitalize on this, but it's down to Smeggy now, and it's going to be Future Perfect who take the 3rd game.
I did not realize that 69 IQ had survived that entire engagement at the end. That is crazy after the push they made down to Eternal to start all of that off. Future Perfect comes out on top in the end, but once again, Bardov, we are in an open final zone out in the middle of nowhere. We've got one team that has that high ground the entire time, trying to just pay attention to the rest of the squads below, and Future Perfect is able to get the win.
Yeah, with those 4 teams, we had 2 huge fights going on either side of what remained of that ring. It was really interesting. The options for 69IQ, do they drop on Guild below them, or do they try and go around the other side of the rock and get some kills? Got the thirds, got the shield swaps as well, which helped them stay alive, but it was difficult for all concerned. However, 14 kills for Future Perfect. That is a humongous win for them. 26 points out of 1 game is spectacular.
That is huge for Future Perfect, especially when you consider game 1, 20th place, 0 kills. Game 2, 14th place, 0 kills. And now they come out with a win and 14 kills to get themselves back up in contention in our overall leaderboards. But then, of course, we got to look down the list. Eternal, 7 kills. Invictus, we watched them for so long. Those comms are amazing. They were so aggressive, and they came away with 8 kills as a result of that. Those are also some massive performances.
Yeah, we can see Scars finishing 15th, but 6 kills will give them 7 points, which is as good as between 5th and 6th, basically, as far as points are concerned. So that's something from them. I feel really bad for Kick, though. There was so much action. We didn't get to see as much as I would have liked to. Stuck between 2 squads with grey squishy armor, having to just sit there with their shields on, just sitting in the house because they didn't really have the resources to keep shielding and so on. But looking at the scores on the doors, Mully1 Caustic. Hello, almost 1,500 damage. No messing about. Those are jibby numbers. So you do love to see that. At least I do, and I'm sure you do as well.
Yeah, okay, but I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on almost 2,300 damage, okay? That is a fantastic performance. We've got 700 over there on our crypto as well, but Future Perfect. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is I feel like if you compare Ashe to Wraith, because they kind of take the same slot,
yes.
Ashe is such a full send character. So to pick Ashe and have that kind of damage is quite outrageous and something that we definitely want to see more of. So congrats to Future Perfect on a massive win. And that's not in the back door. 14 kills is not messing around.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of aggression. But let's bring Rain Day back in here and hear his thoughts on what just happened, because man, Rain.
Woo! That was a fun one. I don't even know what to say, but that might have been the best listening into action that we have had. And not only that, guys, the way it ended with Future Perfect putting that period with the Kraber shot, shutting down all the aggression that we had. I mean, James, let me send it back to you. Is Future Perfect kind of almost become the standout team as of now heading into the back half of today's tournament?
Quite possibly. They were definitely a team that we were looking for more of when we saw them at the lower end of the table. But that's one way to win with style for sure. That's heavy output from Future Perfect. And I would be surprised if we saw more kills in a winning game in what we have remaining of today.
I mean, talk about a come up as well. I said it when we were talking about those standings, but they really, really struggled in games 1 and 2. We hit the halfway mark for the day, and they completely change it up, turn it on. And if this is the type of momentum they can now carry out through the rest of the day, I would be scared of them.
Guild, Scars, Invictus Gaming, these are 3 of the teams that all of the talent predictions had going far, but it seems like more and more Scars is becoming less a part of the conversation, and Guild is starting to kind of start their way towards being in every final circle, every moment. They got their first win of the ALGS tournament last game in game 2 that we're going to see a match to. How are you guys feeling about Guild potentially taking this one?
Yeah, they didn't do too shabby either. 11 kills in their victory. That is a big game from them, and that is they are a team who we do mention from week to week. They are often, if not always, in the conversation unless they have the odd nightmare game. So they are most certainly going to be a team to keep an eye on in the remaining games for today here in EMEA.
Yeah, they've just been really consistent. And to be fair, I really thought that Scars was going to be able to do something this game because yes, they had the zone from the beginning, but when they were getting pushed by like 3 squads at a time, Scars was having phenomenal fights. It was just when they had to rotate out of Overlook where things really started to fall apart for them. So I'm still not counting Scars out by any means, but right now I do agree, Rain, Invictus and Guild are just looking so, so good.
Yeah, momentum is starting to shift, but big big moments end up deciding who kind of takes the lead heading into Game 5. And then, of course, can you sustain it? Can you clutch up is what we're looking at here. This was a game the casters, I know Tom, Onset, we're a little confused. How did Guild pull this one out? But they found a way with the Peacekeepers to come in, and Matafe in-game leading on the Gibraltar. That's kind of an interesting one, but it leads me into my next question. We've seen the Ashe play a big role in switching things up with that ultimate, creating distance, closing that distance, and we've also seen the Crypto have a huge impact for Invictus Gaming, giving him that information and getting rid of those Gibraltar Dome shields. Which character for you, James and Glitter, has had the most impact singularly on this tournament so far?
Oh, that's a very interesting one. I mean, just to touch on Ashe very briefly, of course, it's not the answer, but to take a phrase from mixed martial arts, styles make fights, and if you're an aggressive team, and then I think Ashe really fits that style where you just want to go in, you want to get that thirst, you want to just take things by force, but for impact, I think in EMEA we see a lot of Crypto. It really helps with the rotations, trying to find a safe way, trying to evo your shields when you're in a difficult position as well. So I think Crypto would be one of them for the EMEA region.
Okay. You know, I don't disagree with that because we've seen just how useful it is. I'm completely on board with that. But just the games that specifically you and I have now casted here, James, it's got to be Gibby. For today, these zones have just been so far out in the open that those domes for the defensive side of things and then the bombardment for being able to either zone people away from you or put out that damage has been massive so far.
Yeah, it's always nice to see teams utilize different strategies. I know Fallout mentioned it later. We used to have a three-legend team. It was the Wraith, the Pathfinder, and the Watson. That's all you saw in competitive Apex. Now it's a myriad of options, and that has led us to a myriad of results. As we take a look at the leaderboards, you'll see that come straight into action, as it is Guild Esports who find themselves jumping up one place in top of the leaderboards here in Group C versus D in EMEA on day 10, and that is actually putting them 10 points ahead of their next closest competition. But guys, after that, Rascals, 69 IQ, Future Perfect, IG, International separated by just 5 points.
Yeah, there's plenty of exchanging places that we can see in the games to come. Of course, Future Perfect moving up 14 places. So it just takes one huge game to find yourself in the top half of the leaderboard at the very least. But to break through that top 3-4 is going to prove more and more difficult as we see some of those teams at least becoming more consistent and at least picking up the kills, if not the wins, in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and one other name that jumped out to me from that list too, I know they're not in like the top 5 right now, but Forg Gang, we've been seeing so much successful aggression out of Forg Gang that I'm just waiting for like their one pop-off game, and it's going to be the same situation for them where they shoot up the leaderboards.
I know. I'm always excited to see Forg Gang. My boy Phoenix, I've known him for years. They continue to be relevant in these final circles. We'll see if they kind of turn that switch and have a way to be decisive and win those games. But either way, if you guys want to know exactly what happens and how the decisions come about, make sure to follow our socials on twitch.tv/playapex. You can check out on Play Apex Esports on Twitter and Play Apex Esports on YouTube. Not only are the live stream VODs in 4K on YouTube, but supplementary videos, clutch ALGS final circles, and a lot of other cool complimentary content that allows you to get the most out of the ALGS, whether you're watching it live or you're catching up on the broadcast. Thank you so much, James and Glitter. That was a fantastic game. We've got Game 4 coming up here on day 10 in EMEA, but before that, we'll be right back.
PGL is the official broadcast partner of the Apex Legends Global Series NA and EMEA Pro League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS EMEA Pro League. And I tell you what, with 3 different games already gone, we have 3 different winners as well. Onset and T-Squared here to take you into Game 4. And Tom, I think once again, we're just seeing the depth in EMEA. 3 games, 3 different winners. It's so difficult to predict what is going to happen in any of these games at the moment.
You are having a little bit consistency, though, from 69 IQ and from Guild, and maybe that's because the way that the zone maneuvered. Remember, in game number 2, we were looking outside that truck away from Overlook saying, hey, is this where the zone's going to pull? Well, that's what happened in game number 3, and that was fairly surprising. When you take a look at Future Perfect, they're not that, unhappy with how that game went, and to be honest with you, I'd be absolutely stoked because the way that they were able to pull that out. I mean, it was just such a perfect ending for Future Perfect. And now we have some more fighting going on. It's going to be Totem going back at it with this early fight. This one took a little bit longer last time. Remember, they fight around that 2-minute mark. This one's happening basically immediately. And Underrated is going to take this one instead.
Yeah, 3 games gone, and I think that Underrated and Totem have been splitting games at the moment with a contesting that's been going down. Would like one of them to maybe leave so that they could both have proper games. But that's where we find ourselves right now. The egos are starting to flow a little bit. I was going to say, Dome's free. There's other places you can land, pick up some loot. But as I say, maybe the egos are running a little bit freer than they should be in consideration with that drop spot. But as we leave that fight, we're going to be going back, Tom, towards Overlook once again. We're having some very, very similar zones. This one ever so slightly more of a southern pull where we could see maybe a little bit more action around that respawn building. But we're going to see very similar results, I would imagine, with teams getting into similar positions than what we saw in the last game.
Absolutely brutal to see the zone pull there. Basically 3 games in a row. All these teams on the west side, all the teams over towards the south are really going to hate having to push that far. Teams in Skyhook Trials have such a long trek going in front of them. Don't be surprised to see teams like 69 IQ Guild continue to do really well in these type of situations. Teams like Alliance, for example, having to make their way all the way from Thermal Station, not going to be fun. That's why the Valkyrie redeploy is going to become so useful overall. But man, I love just seeing all of these different compositions that are coming through. Remember, we used to see the Valkyrie Caustic in Crypto. That was very popular. Now we're starting to see Ashe come through a little bit more with the way that players and teams are getting more comfortable to integrate that into their playstyles.
Yeah, I do like Ashe, and I think it's one of those where players are trying to get comfortable with it. Even though Ashe has been available for quite some time now as an option in competitive, it's very different when you're replacing someone who's been there for so long, like Wraith or Octane. Obviously had the nerf, so not quite as popular, but all of these things have to be taken in consideration. All the teams have to work out the ups and downs, the advantages and the disadvantages. Now we are starting to see Ashe creep into things a little bit more. But speaking of Wraith, we got Hackett, who's been playing Wraith pretty much since day dot on Apex Legends. We caught up with him before the games got underway. Let's see what he had to say.
Shield battery here.
Well, maybe we will hear what he's going to say. It was a little bit of mime work there coming out of Hackett. He's keeping the secrets to himself, Tom.
Hey, I like that, but you know, enough said. He just said, hey guys, this is MTV and welcome to my crib. And then he just pieced out right there. It was like, you know what? The vibes are on point. You guys,
what he actually said is, hey guys, just to let you all know that T-Squared and Onset are 2 of the most handsome people in the ALGS. And then it got cut off because production didn't want anyone to hear it. But, you know, he's just speaking facts. You know what I mean? The man's speaking facts.
Just facts, and he honestly is playing so aggressive. Alliance is playing so aggressive, but that's what I love to see. They can add so much pressure onto these teams because they're so excited about the skirmishes that are coming forward. But look at this, the charge rifle coming back and looking like a straight laser beam from across. Rascals feeling the wrath of that one. Valkyrie almost going down too. Alpha Draft with just a sliver of HP. Paradise, you the real MVP.
Those shots were like something coming out of the Death Star, let alone a charge rifle. And now look at Rascals, they're in tatters at the moment. Paradise is gonna jump back out of the void for now, but here comes the third party. Is he gonna go for that res? We go away at the worst possible time to see if that fight is gonna continue, and it looks like from the overhead here, Rascals is gonna have to fight for his life. He's doing a pretty good job of it though. One massive shot will get missed, but that will be them eliminated without taking one of Click down. So now Shady's gonna be down, and all of this mess is happening just on that respawn village outside of Fragment East, and Figvam are just looking and going, what's going on over there? It seems to be all sorts of things popping off.
And Rascals is scratching their head saying, why did they go and charge us right there? They ended up getting punished for that. Just such a great job from Paradise trying to stay alive, and also basically griefing Click's game as well. I said, hey, you know, grief for a grief, an eye for an eye in this situation, and we're both going to go down swinging, and that was the case. Now Scar's taking control of a very powerful high ground area that we talked about. Remember,
Extended supply
when we're
bin
going
over
back
there.
and looking at all these zones in game number 2 and 3, we talked about the importance of these mountains and not getting into the trucks too early, making sure that you're saving all of your utility just in case that you want to go and try to force someone outside of that truck area. We saw, for example, Invictus Gaming get flushed out in game number 2 in a very brutal fashion over here. Alliance, very similar rotation from game number 1 coming through on over towards this landslide area. We'll see if it works out for them. Does have some crafting materials to go and try to upgrade their armors, also pick up some things along the way that'll help them take down any teams that they may come across.
Well, we're going to try this again, Tom, so hold on, everybody. We're going to try and catch up with Hackis with what he had to say before the tournament kicked off.
So I think that EMEA as a region is definitely stronger than NA. I think that the top 5 teams from both regions are pretty similar. The skill level is about the same. But overall, EMEA has way more teams at a higher level.
I'm going to let you answer that one, Tom. What do you think? I'm staying out of this. I've got the bias, of course, you know, being a Brit myself. What are your thoughts on those comments?
You know what? I thought me and him were boys, but I'm going to have a talk with him after this. No, I agree. You know, I think that when we're talking about the depth of players, I also think it's a larger region too, right? You're going to be having much more players, much more teams, and that's just going to breed more competitiveness. And I think that if you really want to dive into the details, I think that they just scrim more and they practice harder, and that's why there's so many different teams. When you look at the North America scene right now in Apex, they struggle to find scrims. There's so many tournaments that are taking place, whether it's esports arena that it's going on weekly, et cetera, but it's not been very kind to the teams that really want to practice, and they've made that vocal over Twitter. I think EMEA has that under wraps. I think that they practice harder, and that's a result of their performance.
It's going to be very interesting when we do get to that live environment. Hopefully sometime in the future where we'll see NA and EMEA match up, and we'll maybe get to answer that question a little bit, but I love the confidence in those little interview we just had there from Hackis. But now they're going to have to make that rotation, something they've been doing a couple of times so far, as we do have the results of, or should I say the standings, excuse me, of the NA current top 20 on the right-hand side. Of course, we'll be catching up with some of the group action a little bit later on in North America. But I actually want to talk a little bit about Scars, because we're 3 games in now. The zones have pretty much favored them every single time, and still not getting points on the board. It's got to be slightly concerning, well, more than slightly concerning, a real concern for them, Tom, as we are now in game 4, and they've barely got any points on the board.
The only thing that they can take a positive out of this is going back and looking at the rebroadcast and saying, what the heck did we do wrong when we're being gifted all of these zones? Meanwhile, Alliance having to fight all the way from Thermal Station, now making their way over almost towards the opposite side of the map, leading on over towards the beacon building, going on over towards the Skyhook choke, and they're continuing to add pressure. Every time you go on over towards Alliance, they're either doing one or two things, crafting or fighting.
Hackis is trying to get some angles now. You can see the kill feed as well. The 4-gang are having a bit of a battle here with Future Perfect, and it seems like it might be left to a 1v1, but at the moment this is a 3v3. As Hackis is trying to close the gap, trying to get through that defensive bombardment. He's bobbing and weaving. A shuttle run here coming in from Hackis. The only problem is he can't find anyone at the moment, and on the other side of things is 69 IQ.
And then you have a charge rifle, a random charge rifle that just gets thrown into the mix throughout all of this too. Is you saw a lot of damage come through, but now the reset has happened, and Hacky's going to have to go and bail on this one. And that should be enough for them to say, hey, third parties are potentially going to come. Great damage there from Yuki, but they have to be careful. That internal clock is clicking and ticking, and they need to make sure that they do not continue to overextend, otherwise they will continue to get punished. Speaking of the charge rifle, it was Vapes who had that one in the back pocket, and they are not giving up. Alliance smells blood in the water, and they're trying to hunt him down like some sharks in the water, but there's the third party that we're talking about. You can see Sabs coming through over there along the corner. Mr. Arthur is there as well. They are trying to get involved in this fight.
So although Alliance did pick up the kills, they have forced 69 IQ into a very difficult position, and I say they haven't got the kills. They hadn't got the kills yet, as Hackis is still shadowing 69 IQ. He gets the knock onto K-Swinny, and now he's just doing so much damage on the downs of the players surrounding to try and secure those KP for himself. And look at the shambles now that 69 IQ find themselves in. They are fragmented, they are fractured, and here comes Alliance to pick up the pieces.
That's exactly what I was hoping Hackis was going to do. He goes and places that portal. The portal is in the air, though, so he may not realize that. He's going to have to go and jump off of the cliff and go and take that one. Actually, it's in the air just barely for him to get back in and get his head to touch, so he's going to be able to go back on over towards his team. But that means Vapes does go down. Hackies is now waiting to possibly redeploy here with Yuki, and Yuki's just going to peace out solo, try to get some information for Hackies, and then maybe land back on over towards him to help out. But it looks like he's going to go fly solo over here just to go and reassure that they do get more placement points. Tough situation We were expecting a third party, not a fourth party, though, and all the teams now collapsing over towards the survey area.
69 IQ, not completely out of things yet. You saw that Smeggy-Toe, the man with the most glorious moustache that I've seen in quite some time, managed to survive all of that craziness going on. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's the greatest moustache of all time. Underrated now. Fighting over at Geyser. Already had that little battle on their drop spot that we caught right at the start of the game. And you can see that Fenerbahce Esports are kind of hovering around as well. Harold and Kath Ryan trying to survive as we see the zone pull as well pop up on our screens. We also see Underrated finishing off that fight against Fenerbahce. Got to be very careful here, though. As a couple of shots are coming from distance now. They need to get through this tunnel. They need to start making their moves. But we are a very, very similar circle to what we saw previously. That truck is going to be hot property as we see that beacon zone in front of us.
You can see all the teams over towards that northwest area that we were following. The teams that were fighting and duking it out are going to have to make their way towards a lot of different gatekeeping areas. Underrated, they have a lot of teams in the vicinity too. This is one of those times where you either go out and get a lot of kill points, or you just go out and get absolutely nothing throughout all of this. Could end up being a big game for Underrated if it's all said and done. Meanwhile, Guild find themselves in a skrish, and it's looking solid. Look at the shots coming in for Matafe. Nobody takes any HP damage throughout all that, so that means that they're going to be able to do a quick armor swap and potentially fend off any third parties, and they're already preparing for that.
Clean as a whistle, that from Guild Esports, just taking everybody down. Like you're saying, such a big advantage if you can get out of that fight without taking any HP damage. But Kick Esports now up on this high ground. A little thermite going to be popped through the sunroof of this bridge, and it's going to be ticking away and burning away. Some angles are going to be taken by OJ Rain as well. Xaka's going to be trying to take the height above Guild here, and they have lost a player, so this is a really big play, a really aggressive play coming in from Kick. OJ Rain's going to take a little bit of zone damage here as he's trying to survive. He's got to be very careful. That little tick of lava might just be too much for him to playing his life for now, but he's managed to find a position to reset now and managed to get that med kit popped.
That's, you know, we all played the Flores Lava as kids. That's some serious the Flores Lava right there. You do not want to touch and go down, mainly because of the tournament, but also because how embarrassing that would be on the stream, honestly. Let's be honest. No one wants to go and see. That's one of those things that you'd want to take back. So I'm glad that he's able to survive through all that. But going back on over towards another truck that is not going to be even towards the next zone. Kick is trying to reset over there. Meanwhile, Alliance trying to reset inside the zone. Somehow, magically able to get the banners and get Vapes back into the game. Hack is able to refill as well, and now they're going to be able to redeploy as we take a look at how this actually happened.
Yeah, Hack is jumping back into the zone, and luckily had some meds to work with as well. We'll jump back on board with them now, as they managed to get all three players back up. So Hacky's doing the rescue mission, and a little bit of CPR to his teammates to get him back into the game. They will have that Gibraltar available. They do know there's a team up on height, though, so they're going to have to land anywhere they can at the moment. It seems like they found a sneaky little corner for now. Is it going to be safe, though? It looks like it is. They have the cover from above, and I like where Yuki landed as well. Up on that height just to scout out what was in front.
Yeah, I love that. Plus, you're going to get the passive, too, so you're going to be able to see if anyone's in the vicinity. Meanwhile, ratting it out over here for the 4-gang. You can see trying to wait in any action that happens. Maybe going to third-party kick and throw a wrench in their plans. As you can see, Ask and the rest of his squad there in the player outlines as well. But what a job from Alliance. And it looked like they were left for dead there. Yuki just leaving. Hacky's over towards the side. Hacky's struggling with just a sliver of HP. Vapes was down and out. But because that was zone number 2 and the gas is going to tick that hard, plus the amount of resources that they had from all the crafting and all the loot that they get over towards the thermal station side, they're going to be able to reset. But here goes Scars. Team that we were really hoping to see a lot out of. Now we get a chance to see how they've been playing this one. They're going to take that high risk, high reward play up on over towards the high ground. We'll see if it works out for him.
Yeah, Mandy just deliberately missing those shots. Just wanted to show presence. Now he's going to try and hit the shots.
Shots.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's going to hit the shots. Maybe a couple more warning shots from Mandy. Trying to put out that damage with that longbow. Not the easiest thing to do. Of course, you have the drop off on those bullets. You've got to be essentially predicting the path of those players who are traversing across the snowy areas. It's a little bit more difficult to do than it does look sometimes. Alliance now inside of the zone for now. And the one thing for Alliance is they're never going to be uncomfortable in any situation, Tom. Even though they're having to play, you know, secondary third positions from maybe where their original rotation was going to be after having to hit that hard reset, we know that they're more than happy to play on edge here and more than happy to fight. We've already seen that should the chance present itself.
And that's a great point, you know, for newer players or players that are looking to improve their game, is put yourself in crazy situations, because you are going to have to fight your way out of those crazy situations. That's why you see players go for the, you know, 20K badge or the, 4K badge when they're looking to go and flaunt how good they did inside of their individual games. Well, the only way that you do that is by playing absolutely aggro aggressive in these situations you do. And that's why you see teams like Alliance fight their way and just claw into situations where they wouldn't be able to do anything. I love that about them, and I really think that they are going to really find their stride in the last couple of weeks here as we get their playoff hopes in the bag. As Underrated is also trying to claw their way into the zone here. There is a care package, but it's a little bit risky as you can see on set. A lot of teams still in this vicinity.
Yeah, Jazaz has the ability as well on Loba to search out what is inside of that care package without having to overextend. Now we're going to see Alliance, not for the first time, take to the skies and try and find somewhere to play. And it looks like they're going to play down below what I believe is going to be Scars Europe on this low ground. If they can hold it, it would be a pretty good place to be. But they've got to be more than aware of some of the teams surrounding them. 69 IQ are going to have a little peek and a little poke as well. A couple of caustic barrels going down from them as they try and just assert a little bit of dominance on that space and make sure they keep Alliance at bay. But as you see the surveying of the land and where all these teams are currently set up, you can also see Invictus down on that low ground once more. It didn't go too well for them in previous games thanks to a Kraber, but maybe they'll get a little bit more luck on their side this time, and it won't be something as devastating.
So much coexisting happening with so little buildings inside of this zone number 4. And remember, zone number 4, zone number 5, that's where all that money happens. That's where all the magic happens inside of Apex over here, where these pro players really get put to a test with the amount of people that start to siphon in over towards this zone. But look at the way that Scars is able to separate themselves. I'm curious what their communication is. Let's hop into a listen with them.
Yeah, I have a lot.
How about you, Tashin? What are your meds like?
2 bats.
Team flying from left. We have to look left now. Look at this team flying. They might land on Monday.
No, they're not. They're flying out.
You have 2 bots and how much cells, Tishin?
1.
They land up high.
They're on tower. They're gonna get shit on tower.
I'm looking right side again. I'm looking for kills here.
I'm dropping you 2 cells, Tishin. 3 cells.
Thank you.
We're in on this.
Contact.
Wait, are we in on this fence here? Yeah, we are. This fence and this truck. That's what we want. Is there a team below on my right here? Monday?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay.
Not that I see. No, there's no one there.
This fence is barely in.
There's a guy on the L building.
This is really bad, this truck, but it's safe. Oh no. We might have to int this team right in front of us. But they have caustic barrels. They're impossible to int. We can play their backside here. You know what I mean? We can play their backside right here.
Yeah, we're also in here on me, right?
Yeah, but it's a...
Let's get a shot right now.
How much in are you in, Tashin? Can you play that solo?
I can stay here.
Do you want to fight them or what?
No, we're not gonna fight them.
The blue crate is good, I think. And this inside is also in the truck inside.
Listen, no, listen. Tashin, you're gonna stay in there alone. Me and Man are gonna stay on this corner because we can't lose this corner.
Okay.
Oh, is this in?
Yes, it's in. But we can also jump over and play close to the truck. These guys are not gonna come out because they're gonna get shit on by everyone if they come out, and including us. We're gonna shit on them. Okay? We're playing this corner, and Tashin has a truck. Are you in on your door, Tashin?
Yeah, I am. Yes,
okay.
I am.
Then that's good. You play that, we play here.
The Valkyrie in front of us? One Valkyrie alone. He's Valkyrie alone.
It's a solo, right?
No, it's a full trio.
It's already bubbled. This team already bubbled.
Bro, it's gonna land on us.
These guys bubble right here.
Look at the team flying above us.
They're landing up top of them. And there's a team there too.
There's full fighting here. And there's a solo Valk behind here.
Oh, land on top!
Well, I hope the team inside the truck has a colostomy bag based on what I just heard from the comms coming out of Scars, because it is not going to be pretty for them as you start to see all the teams collapse on the truck.
Yeah, we're going to need some wet wipes by the sound of things, and it's going to be a big push from 69 IQ Esports. And you heard the comms from RPR saying to Taishin, you play that truck alone. Well, 69 IQ recognized that. There was one player alive inside the truck. They've aped on top of Taishin now, and now the bow is going down. Mandy falls as well, and 69 IQ have just blown the plans apart here. RPR left alone to try and survive here for Scars.
The power of Caustic, the AoE, the control, the forcing out, and you just can't push in throughout all of that. Now RPR are going to have to survive over here. It's going to be a tough situation to try to pull off over here as you see 69 IQ starting to heal. Alliance has made their way all the way from Thermal Station over here, not picking up a lot of kills along the way, but still at least getting to this point is a huge feat. We have 7 teams in this zone as it starts to close onset.
7 teams remaining in 20 seconds or so until we see that 6th and final circle start to close in here. The med's being shared out by Alliance. You can see that Invictus still down on that low ground as well. It's going to be a difficult play for them. Not really sure what they're going to do, to be honest with you. I don't think they'll be able to work through the zone. They might just be playing for any kind of placement that they can find. Is that zip line going to be in for them? We'll have to wait and see. But Alliance now trying to move up, trying to stop bullying some of these teams that are in front of them.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Haki's always has his portal in these situations too, just in case you need it. And I love to see that because he's done so many great portal plays already to add aggression, sometimes a little bit too hyper-aggressive, but you still love to see that, really adding opportunities for his team. We'll see if Yuki and Apes are going to have their utility as well. If you have the defensive department here, if you put your bubble down last, you're going to be in such a great situation. 69 IQ trying to get their first win after placing top 3 numerous times. Game number 2 and game number 3 having a phenomenal performance. We'll see if they can finish this one out. And RPR trying to be that nuisance in the side for Scars, picking up some extra kills along the way. That time onto Smeggy. Will RPR go in for the kill though, or is he just trying to play this one for placement?
Not just placement, not just kills, excuse me, but placements gained as well with that knock. As Alliance now trying to survey the area here. 69 IQ have lost a couple of players, but it looks like Alliance just going to hold their ground for now because it was a clean team wipe coming in. So they don't want to give anything away. Look at this damage being done though, and now you're going to see the missile swarm go in. Hackett is trying to bully them inside of that truck, but he's going to take damage as well. Did manage to get a knock though by the looks of things. Viper's going to move in as well to pick up some KP2. And it looks like we're now down to our final 4 squads. One of those is RPR, that solo rat who's just being a nuisance to pretty much everyone at the moment, and RPR's going to pick up the kill on post-kill too.
Unfortunately, gets taken out before he's able to get the credit for that kill point. However, he did pick up 2 kills onto 69 IQ and picked up an extra couple placements there for Scars. Overall, Alliance, though, they are poised for the win, and they're going to take it all the way from Thermal Station. What a performance.
I mean, that was a story of, you know, resolve, to be honest, from Alliance. The way that they had to fight their way from pretty much as far away as possible to that zone. With adversity in front of them, they had to go into the zone. They had to get Vibes back into the game on the Gibraltar. They had to make 2 late rotations and fight their way through multiple teams uphill. That was an amazing performance to get that win from Alliance. I think that's one of those games where everything that they tried to do went right after some difficult situations at the start.
I wonder if Hacky just has some button with all that lighting going on. As soon as they get the dub and the ALGS, he presses it and it just becomes a nightclub inside of his room or something along those lines. Because they just turned up in that final moment right there. 22 points. And you could just see from watching Alliance in the first couple of games, they were poised for a huge game just like this. And that's what happens when you go and play aggressive. They're not a team that's just going to turtle. They're looking to add pressure. They're trying to force the action throughout all of that. And they get rewarded with a big game here in game number 4.
A big game indeed. New Esports in second place there, picking up 12 points. Underrated, a lot of kills for them as well. 11 KP. Oh, that's one hell of a game. 18 points for them, just behind Alliance's total there. Scars in 4th place, not the KP to go alongside it to boost them up, but another good performance inside of the top 5 there from 69 IQ, who arguably have been one of the most impressive, or unarguably even, have been one of the most impressive teams we've watched today, Tom.
It's not easy to be consistent, especially with the amount of competition that we're looking at inside of both of these regions in EMEA and North America, but they've been able to do it. Yes, the zones have been a little bit monotonous. We've seen them be a little bit repetitive overall, but that is still tough to go and be that consistent. Multiple top 5s through all that. It should reflect in the overall leaderboard as we take a look at the damage and the kills being put down. Not the most damage on the team, but the most kills, as Hacky's going to come through with 5 overall.
Yeah, just keep in mind as well that Vibes was out of the game for quite some time as well, so 951 damage was probably didn't quite have the same amount of time as Yuki and Hackis to get involved in those fights. But Yuki, I talked about him when he was picked up. You know, it was a big move from Alliance, a very brave move from them as well. But he's looked more and more comfortable as the weeks have gone by, and now he's really starting to put in some of those superstar performances.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you have to just give credit to Alliance for the way that they fought throughout all of that. Remember, again, like you were talking about, Vapes was down and out. It looked like Yuki was just going to go and leave Hockey solo, and Hockey goes and gets the banner. They go and redeploy. They find this little sliver of under the bridge to go and play over towards the fragment side, then somehow make their way all the way over towards Overlook. That is not an easy rotation. Guild and Alliance now sitting pretty at the top of that leaderboard.
Alliance jumping up 4 places as well. Now just 1 point behind Guild with that monster game they just put on to our screens. 69 IQ, that consistency we talked about leaves them in 3rd place right now. Rascals falling down a couple, but look how tight it is behind that top 2, Tom. It really is. I mean, it's only, 10 points separating the next sort of 12, 13 teams in those leaderboards, so everything can change with just 2 games to go.
And you got to look at what RPR did there for Scars. That's so important to go and say, hey, he took down multiple players for 69 IQ, got 2 kills right there, maybe almost got a 3rd if he doesn't get finished off by Kashera, and then he was able to pick up placement points along the way. And when you're looking at 17 points after 4 games, that's a lot of points that RPR was able to pick up just in about 30 seconds to a minute in one of the most crucial parts of the game for his team.
So a big game from Alliance in our 4th game. We're going to go for a break now. We'll have to see if they can continue that form as we get back in just a few with more Pro League in your I was going to say Pro League in your face. More Pro League coming to you, everyone.
Welcome back to the Apex in Your Face show. We will soon be heading into our 5th game. Had to do it. How could we not troll? I don't know. It's it was too good. Far too good there from one set. So he'll be back for game 6. But for game 5, it is Glitter and I. So we're seeing a good performance from Guild You know, it's easy for me to pick them out because they're at the top of the overall leaderboard, just about. It is competitive up there. But I want to say they got 5 kills in that game, which gave them some points, despite not having the best overall results. We see them just above Alliance, who do creep up by 4 places to 1 point away from joint top. So a great performance from them. But again, I did mention the consistent performances earlier on, and hey, we're 2/3 of the way into today's EMEA action. Who are you expecting to be on top at the end?
Right now, I still am really, really enjoying the way that Alliance has been playing. I said that their confidence was going to serve them well throughout the day, and then they were able to kind of get that win there in this last game, and that was huge for them. They moved up on the overall leaderboard, but I mean, we're getting the same variety in winners that we saw yesterday for EMEA as well. Like, you know, these teams are really battling it out. We'll keep reiterating for you guys, there's not a lot of time left for any of the teams that are either on the cusp of top 20 or at risk of being relegated. There's not a lot of time for them to be making these big moves, and we're seeing that, I don't want to say desperation, but, you know, that pressure is definitely pushing a lot of these teams to some phenomenal performances.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen more teams go out really early in these games than we are used to seeing most of the weeks. I feel like we've got to 17 teams pretty early. And I feel like also we get to the late zones and we might lose like 6 teams at once. But I feel like way before we're used to seeing that, we might lose 10 teams in the space of 60 seconds. Like there's a lot of really interesting things happening here in EMEA. I hope it carries through to North America later on. But the games have been very, very spicy indeed. And one thing I want to mention for anybody who didn't join in at the beginning of today's broadcast, in terms of the changes due to us unable to confirm a LAN for the Split 1 finals due to the ongoing situation, the global situation, as people like to put it. It's very important to be in the top 10 for the overall leaderboard, because once those Split 1 finals begin, if you're in first place, for example, you start with 10 points on the board, which is fantastic news if that's you.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge... Are you kidding me? You said early game fights, and the second we jump in with Guild, there's a little bit of action happening. I don't know if it's going to continue. Maybe it was just an accident. Okay, no? All right.
I think you pressed all the buttons, but I was like, yeah, I was with you. I was
just panicked for a second. I was like, there's no way. Yeah, no. Okay, we're good. We're good. Apologies, chat. I got a little excited there. We're okay.
Yeah, I'm a keyboard player, and you know I'm not shy for a fat finger. We are going to see some actual early problems. Very nice shots there with the longbow, at least to create some space. We've lost a team already.
You know what? I that's what I meant. I knew it was happening. It just was Totem that was doing the damage there, taking a squad out within the first minute of game, and a zone that is seeming to be the trend for today, this part of the map at least. Once again, we'll be able to see what all of these teams are able to do here. A little bit different, but still quite similar. Rascals obviously already in their scars right on the outskirts of it. But Alliance was that squad that won last time, able to make that rotation all the way over from Thermal. So Scars has been struggling a little.
Yeah, I was going to say it's underrated who got wrecked there going out in first place. And I feel like that area has been contested across multiple games. And we can see, I did mention Dome earlier on. No one's bothering to go towards Dome. And, you know, it's not like the most popular, I mean, it's probably the least popular place to drop, but it's more of a spread into that area when people are feeling confident and they can take that extra loot for free. But that is a very difficult exit for Underrated. Not really what they were looking for. And that's the second time it's happened. In the first game, they came 17th. In the second game, they came dead last. So they're really not getting on the better end of these early fights.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky here today for Underrated. Still one more game to try and bring it back a little bit. And to be fair, we've seen literally throughout the day how one solid performance has completely skyrocketed some of these squads up those overall standings, you know, 13 places at a time, 12 places at a time. So still might be able to just have one final strong game.
So we see 69 IQ here at Trials, and I think this is an interesting team composition for a gold helmet, because when you're trying to hold down a building, you can give it to Corsa, can get those barrels out as fast as possible. But when you're holding position late on, you may want to give it to the Valk just to spam Q and break people's shields. Again, we did see naked players in one of the earlier games on a high ground position, and there we do see the exchange of the helmet. So I think this could be quite useful for every player, depending on the situation, which will be pretty interesting to watch as things go on. But I think there'll be some information seeking with a Valk flying around almost like a drone to scout for some information in the immediate area.
Yeah, we heard Onset and Tom talking about it in the last game when we're checking in with Alliance. One of the two things they're doing is crafting, and we're back on board with them. They are making sure that they're crafting, getting themselves in a really, really solid loot position so that they continue to take those, or they can continue to take those really aggressive fights. They felt and looked very comfortable with those engagements.
Hackis is a player who I've spoken to before, and I've tried to get him to talk smack about anyone, just any kind of smack, and he's always been very calm and professional, but the team did approach him for some thoughts and comments earlier on, so let's see what he had to say.
I think the team in EMEA that has showed the most potential is Gambit at the moment. They've been very consistent overall. Everyone else has been kind of inconsistent, but they've shown pretty good consistency. So I would say Gambit is probably the strongest competitor at the moment.
What about the least potential hackers? Who's just the worst person on the server? I really want to know. Well, I think everybody's a fan of Gambit. I think the commentator predictions last week were true to that. There's something about being like Wingman. Yeah, that's just my primary. Let's go, which is quite spectacular. So it's hard to argue against that. But to add to that, one thing I want to talk about, especially with the discussion about the stronger overall region with Europe versus North America, is that in FPS in general, I think we're seeing a significant rise of CIS players, and Gambit may be leading the way.
Ooh. Potentially some action on behalf of Click right now. Teams already posting up in those buildings over in No Name trying to, and this is what we saw happen last time too. I mean, we saw that some teams got there early, they picked their building where they wanted to be, and we saw a lot of use of a crypto, if they had it, to start using those EMPs, get some damage done wherever they can. We also see lots of barrels in use right now, but it's just that early game kind of poke damage in whatever form they can make it happen to really try to at least get some more help with these shields, because they're a little bit low right now. You know, they'd ideally like them to be a little bit better.
So Click Esports recently picked up the team formerly known as Odin Gaming. And I guess at least if you're English, you might go for Click, but we have confirmed with the squad that it is indeed Click. So they've gone more for the rap version, I feel like, which I can respect.
Listen. You did good. You did good when with the pronunciation. I appreciated it. It was a little extra. Gave them a little extra je ne sais quoi.
I did my best. But let's see what they can do on the server in these last two games. We ride with Nemesis for the time being as they clones ready for the no-scope, it looks like. No-scope charge rifle is a very awkward situation, I speak from experience, but it can be really hype when you get that last kill, because you really are just hoping and praying. You need an element of chance in your favor if you're in a situation such as that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But we can see Kick again with some difficulty, maybe looking to use that replicator, as we can see that not all their players have really got shields at present, but here's a great opportunity to make something and then get a move on.
Yeah, they should be able to get whatever last remaining bits of loot they're looking for here in Lava City and then rotate away. One thing that I did notice too, I believe it was Nemesis, I think? I've already somehow forgotten. Nemesis over holding that building in Geyser, though they have the information on the second zone and they realize that they're on the edge of the zone that isn't doing a whole lot of shifting here. So they will be able to hold that building for a decent amount of time, and they're definitely going to try and set themselves up and be comfortable here. As we can see Kick doing all of their crafting, like you were saying, using the replicator, getting those last little bits of loot before they start making their way into the zone and start figuring out how they want to handle it. Honestly, after that first engagement though, Bardoff, things have quieted down just a little bit. We lost one squad and then everybody seems to just take a breath.
Yeah, and while they're quiet, we're going to tune into Kick, especially with this information they're about to get, and see what they choose to do.
Okay.
Can we run this side and fuck everyone?
Yeah.
Because these are gonna be a bunch of the rats.
Yeah, we'll go. In case that we won't make any points and we need huge game to come back.
Yeah, we need to move left side, play from frag, running people.
Let's
We need to make a big game.
Ping,
Let's get in the mid kits and moving with you, okay?
PK or Eva, okay. PK or Eva.
Okay.
Cells.
We'll take it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think we will find so many people on no-name, by the way.
It's fine, we can fight on this side.
Evo,
Okay, I'll take it. People cliff house shooting like there. Or maybe no name, not sure.
I'm Ellen.
Okay,
It seems like there's someone in the bridge bro, in front of us.
Yeah.
A Portuguese, Spanish, Russian team in Kick. It's always interesting to see the international comms and game language, if you will, especially in the high-intense situations. But for now, they'll be making their way back into safe territory once their healing is done. But in the meantime, we see a very interesting, somewhat hairy situation, if you're not a fan of hair, with Alliance and some other teams in the area as well as they try to stay alive. We can see if Vibes can make it into an interior position, but Hackers has been dropped in the meantime. And as that's the Wraith, that might be hard to retrieve that banner.
Yeah, I think that Guild was actually the one that was in the northern choke, and then it looks like Totem potentially trying to get in on that action as well. That, if all of these teams decide to start going into some sort of engagement, things will get a little bit crazy here. You can see Totem decides to back off, though. There are some other squads in this area that they're going to have to contend with. So they just need to figure out their safest location or their rotation path right now, as we see some shots starting to come out the rest of the Totem squad.
Yeah. 16 seconds before that ring starts to close, and Totem know that that team has to basically come towards them. They're going to try and deter them from doing that as much as possible, or at least make it awkward for them. Get their shields down if they can. There's a barrel behind this door to be dealt with. So it looks like they want to move into that building, maybe reading that it's empty and that is a historical barrel, a residual barrel maybe. They'll be looking around, creating some space. So they've got a plan B now if this is no longer suitable for them. But we'll see how it continues. As we can see, Kick were running into the zone once again a little later on. They'll be doing some raiding as they get a kill. And Alliance, I think, may have been lost early looking at that kill feed. That will be less than ideal for them. And Kick are going to try and get out of here as they may find no safe haven in close range.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough situation for Alliance, kind of pinched there between everyone and having lost one of their players early on. Kick making that rotation. I believe the team they're flying over, that might be where Guild was, trying to see if they can gate people in that choke. So we'll see how this works now if Kick decides to commit to this engagement, and they've already dealt a lot of damage to Matafe.
We've got a bombardment. There's some high ground for Kick. We'll see if it works out for them as Guild are getting in a lot of trouble. Kick did use their bubble quite early, so that's not going to be available for them in the short term. But Guild seems to be able to tank most of that damage and or avoid it. But they are surely in an uncomfortable situation now. As they're kind of trapped, they've got to push forward and fight if Kick choose to stay here. And we've got ultimate accelerants on the way, so this may go real bad for Guild if that Gibby ult is coming in soon.
Kick has the high ground as well. They can obviously see all of these Guild players. The Wraith trying to make a little bit of a path. It does not work out well. Kick is just completely melting them right now with this Volt. And you can see they've got a nice little split here between all three of them, trying to get some different angles. I don't think that Guild is going to be able to really make their way out of this. Totem also now in the same area, and things are really going to be a little bit hectic.
Yeah, this is a very interesting opportunity for Kick, bearing in mind how the games have been going. We heard in their comms that they need a big performance in this game, and they find themselves with a big opportunity. But now they've got big problems as two of their players are down, and things have suddenly turned around for them. All that high ground advantage, not really to their advantage right now. Bombardments are through, but who survives here? I don't think some of their teammates who are down with, they're going to be eating that bombardment. So that has gone downhill dramatically, figuratively and literally for Kick, and we'll see if they survive.
these fights are just going on for such a long time here in this choke, and there's so many opportunities for teams that are either in the city or coming around from the eastern side to really sneak up either behind the team that was stuck in the choke, which was Guild, or Kick, who's trying to fight the team that's stuck in the choke. I mean, this is a dangerous position to continue having these battles. They really need to get away from here and have a little bit of a reset if they want to have a safe chance at making it into the next zone, because now a lot of teams know that there is some potential KP to be had in this area.
Guild and Kick players boxed up like Happy Meals. Reply Totem will take all the chicken nuggets and leave the soggy fries behind as they move forward and look for more KP to find. Dramatic turn of events there for Kick, and there's a very busy area that we see here. Click Esports moving around that barrel, trying to stay alive. There's a team immediately below them as well. And again, this is one of those shapes which maybe is inviting for a team to try and dome in and clear out later on. But as it's already so busy, I don't know that any team gets into that position just yet. But as we can see, that ring is going to start moving once again as Nemesis go for some shield swaps, and they will be getting some nice KP now as they will be in the gray zone, at least for the time being. And maybe they've just made some space for themselves.
There was a lot that just went on in the kill feed as well in that very small amount of time. I think Uprising took out 4 gang, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, we just watched Nemesis get a team wipe as well. Things are starting to get a little bit crazy as the third circle is closing in. We saw Click, like you were saying, trying to hold off in No Name. I mean, you can see the teams that are remaining there. It's going to continue shrinking down very quickly with the positions that some of these teams are in.
Memories of the first game with Alliance and Guild in the proverbial bin, like some fish guts right there down at the bottom. Not going to be smelling very nice down there at all, but Scars will be looking to keep their fortune going in the positive position, really trying to gate. This is the most gatekeeping situation I've seen in a while, and I don't see how this Wraith makes it out. I mean, does he run and try and die to the ring instead and not give that KP up? Because what else can really be done there? Well, they're a box now either way, and there'll be some looting to be done by Scars, but not for long, as that is a lot of damage coming in for RPR. In the meantime, Scars will be looking at what is around them and where they will be headed, what kind of cover they may have. You've got to think of not just your next play, but your next 2 plays, really, as you look to head into the late game. We can see Invictus now in some trouble as Blast barely survives the Arc Star, able to bat up and stabilize in the short term, but there's a lot of action and grenades coming his way. Down he goes, and his team have got to pull him out of this one.
Oh, Invictus are in a lot of trouble here, as are quite a few teams in our kill feed. Things are really, really starting to pop off. It looks like Bryn's trying to get a little bit of a reset here as all of the abilities are starting to come out. They know that they are in a little bit of trouble. Looks like at the hands of Fenerbahce right now, and more shields are being cracked. Fenerbahce should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, Fenerbahce, they are thirsty, like they've been eating crackers and there's no glass of water in sight. They're really looking for these kills now. There's a big opportunity here, but you've got to be really careful about what might be lying around the corner now. Popping the shield cells is trying to bat up the hard way, but he'll need to get his health up as well. Pinky Finky, in case he walks into a rogue barrel. Pinky Finky! There's no reason for that. I needed to do it once, okay?
It was perfect. It was perfect, and honestly, somehow, Nemesis is now getting involved in this fight. We said this could happen if it went on for too long. There's the opportunity for these teams to come in third party. Nemesis decides they want to be the team to do just that. They do end up getting knocked for it, but that is going to be the end of Invictus Gaming here. It was just too much to deal with.
Yeah, Nemesis now, it's their turn to gatekeep and get some KP as we go in and out of the portal. Some boxes, some looting to be done as well. Get those shields back, those batteries back if you're lucky enough. There was a big exchange of Arc Stars there as well, so I would imagine they'll be low on grenades, which can be so crucial as we move into the late game. And look at that ring. That is not the largest ring by any means. We go from 9 squads to 8 as more teams start to get lost. We've got more Arc Stars being thrown, an exchange of violent articles as FigFam try to get something out of this situation. We've got domes up, we've got the edge, we've got people crawling on the floor, and we've got bombardments as well.
Everyone is just trying to fight around whatever limited cover they can. These rocks are their haven as much as they can possibly be, but those bombardments are dealing so much damage. Phoenix Legacy here. Mr. Arthur, we've seen that name popping up in the kill feed a lot. They've been doing very well for themselves.
Mr. Arthur, all caps, saying with confidence, getting some space for his team. Gold with the 2 purples, not too shabby a situation. The quick heals can be very favorable indeed. We can see 69 IQ have got some dangerous players around him. I can see Phoenix for 4 gang creeping around, and RPR is here as well. There's lots of skirmishes, but it's going to be harder and harder to disengage with the way things are going. Phoenix just around the corner in time, but he's got to fight for survival versus the Valkyria with red armor. Not going to be winning that one. Totem will finish off the 4.
Totem has been just barely surviving so many of these scenarios, but they're able to get yet another reset. 69 IQ in another solid position for themselves. They have had, I mean, we were talking about consistent. I feel like 69 IQ has been that very consistent team.
Oh my days. Look at their position. They are surrounded like it's a spaghetti western. How do they get out of the bar in a situation such as this? How do they have arguably the most cover, but they have the least angles. It's such a bizarre situation for them with 6 squads remaining. And who knows what grenades will come their way. Maybe it'll be some caustic gas. You can see that there is one up at present. So they just have to look at every single angle. This is the personification of paranoia in Apex. People coming from all angles, and that ring's closing, and they're all going to them.
Yeah, it is closing dead center on top of 69 IQ, so they know that they are about to be in a little bit of trouble, because the second they have to choose to take an engagement on one side of where they are, there's a very real chance that they could get shot in the back from any of the other squads. Nemesis trying to make a rotation run. I think they were running into that solo that we saw from the top-down view. Xander trying to hide behind this rock for as long as possible. Nemesis is obviously going to want this position, though, and they're going to push this as hard as they possibly can to make sure they get a little bit safer spot.
Mr. Arthur and co are down and gone. We move to 5 squads remaining, and the shotguns will become more and more crucial. Nemesis dancing around this rock, and I think people will be desperately searching for shields and grenades around these boxes where they can find them. We got Valkyries all over the shop. That was such a risky one, really high in the air. That was high risk, and who knows about the reward, but look at these fights up close. 69 IQ still have 2 plays, but they're being flanked by 1. That's basically a wrap from Xander. We've got to keep an eye on him and see what he's able to do here. He's got to engage and disengage at the right time to do what he can. We lose more 69 IQ players. Slayers is down. RPR gone as well. Still 5 squads remaining. And Nemesis might be in a reasonable position for this.
I don't know how Xander made it out of there alive, but we will definitely need to pay attention to that. He's been able to deal a lot of damage and then just kind of escape every single time. He's proving to be a real thorn in the side of some of these teams on this half of the zone. 69 IQ, though, they've now gone behind this wall. Like you said, they're down the caustic. I mean, they are trying to at least survive here while the rest of these teams have pushed up very aggressively into their space and just live for as long as possible. You can see exactly where the rest of those players are. 5 squads in a very, very small area, and things are going to get a little bit crazy here. We'll see who tries to go for a little bit of height, see if they can shoot down from some of these containers. Right now, 69 IQ, though, is just trying to figure out what angle they need to focus on the most.
We spoke about the gold helmet for 69 IQ. Obviously, Caustic's out of the conversation, but we see it with Valk just spamming the Q, which can be good for some information as well. We see a Wraith running around, making a portal, and Smegito's doing his best to try and find them bombardments. And now we're getting to a part where 69 IQ may want to disengage and hide in plain sight, go for that late game. Do you engage now and make it to 3rd, or do you wait and make it to 3rd? Question that they'll have to answer, but maybe their hand will be forced. We've got armor swaps on the floor as well, and still somehow we have 4 squads up as they try to find info, spreading the wealth with that Q. There goes Xander. Finally, he's been like a jack in a box, but he's definitely met the hammer now.
He stuck around so many of those fights to keep himself alive all the way to a 3rd place position, down to top 2 right now. 69 IQ decides they're going to make the push, and the Gibby is instantly cracked. They do lose a player. It's all down to Case Winnie. Is he going to be able to close this one out? No, Nemesis is able to bring this one home. A huge win for Nemesis here.
Yeah, that was really awesome from Nemesis. They had their shields up, they had all their players up for the longest time while there were trials and tribulations for pretty much everybody concerned. Got to give props to 69 IQ though, by having essentially at least 2 or 3 players on every angle apart from Xander, who was a pain in the butt for so many people. And to stay, I mean, props to him for staying alive for that long as well. That was not an easy task, but maybe hard for the other teams to identify that he was just one player there. Otherwise, who knows? If one of the outside teams pushed him, because 69 IQ had a lot of cover, as you can see, only 3 kills, but Nemesis, despite looking good and having their shields up all the time, 12 kills for a 24-point game.
Not too shabby. That is a really, really strong game from Nemesis. Look down the list too, though. We kept jumping on board with Reply Totem, and they didn't get the placement points that they probably wanted, but 11 kills, almost matching Nemesis's kills here. That's huge for Reply Totem. That's a massive game.
Yeah, looking at Kick, they had opportunity, they had a gatekeeping position, and they needed a big game, didn't get it what they were looking for. 4 points for them, but going back to the top, again, Figvam in that 3rd place, they got 4 kills, but their placement points of 7, huge props for Xander. Today is his birthday regardless. That was not easy to do.
No, very, very. I was trying to keep my eyes on him and the kill feed to see if we were going to miss when he went down. He was so sneaky, and I said it's probably going to be boiled down to whoever is able to get on top of those shipping containers and really get a little bit of that top-down view. He was, in the end, he was hiding on one of those shipping containers right above 69 IQ, and they are able to clear him out right at the end. But those placement points are huge for Figvam.
It was actually hilarious because he made a portal and was just going, I think he was just going back and forth. And Smegito's like, where has he gone? Like, even when he was making the portal, he just vanished. So that was very, very entertaining, but that's probably high pressure for his teammates to watch as well and even play. But that was a nice rap play from Xander for sure. Very, very well done. And that was another awesome game. But again, props to 69 IQ for being able to just hide. I guess it was awkward for everybody to try and push into the middle, leaves you exposed to the teams on either side of you as well. So it was almost like a perfect storm in terms of the situation for many teams. But again, it's all about the W at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, really, really solid performance yet again from our squads. Love how many teams have been able to get the dubs here so far today. It's been a battle, tooth and nail, for a lot of these teams, to say the least. I mean, do you have any idea how this is all going to wrap up at the end of the day? We've got one more game in store now. That was the second to last game.
Yeah, I know one man who does, and that is Rain Day, who comes back now to give his thoughts on the madness we've seen today. It's been really crazy late games, eh?
It's been amazing, and it's also been interesting to see the way the storylines have kind of shifted. They've almost bounced back and forth between the teams that we've been following and new teams constantly saying, hey, wait, I'm a protagonist here. I'm not just a side character. And for me, that's where we've seen Nemesis and Reply Totem start to have moments. Those big games that they've got, the 24 points on top of the 14 Nemesis already has, going to put them in that near 4/5 range at the end of this. Reply Totem's 15 points out of nowhere, guys, 11 kills. That's going to put them in that 36-point range around the 4th, 5th. And the other big story, which I want you both to comment on, fat zeros for Guild and Alliance. What's going on? They just gave up their lead.
Yeah, it's crazy. Looking at Alliance's results, it is night and day from game to game. 16th, 2nd, 11th, 1st. And I know they were in the bin in that game. Wherever they finished, it was very disappointing indeed. So they have been lacking the consistency that we're looking for. The consistency, which is key. Again, you can't necessarily win every game, but you can still finish up top if you deliver. And they haven't done that in half the game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of a yo-yo situation, right, for some of these teams that we were hoping were going to be consistently in a top position. But I think part of that is just due to how many teams want it. Like, we talked about the variety of those winners. A lot of these teams need those points right now on the overall board. So every single game changes things up. The points are so much closer than people think they are. There was a very short period of time where there was, a 13-point lead, I think, was the biggest point differential we had on our overall leaderboard for today, and that was quickly closed.
And it looks like we will. I mean, if my math seems to be correct, given the way we had no points from the top 2 leaders, and a big, again, 2nd place from 69 IQ, and 69 IQ could be leading this at the end of 5 games going into Game 6. Guys, talk to me about 69 IQ. They have been the most consistent team today in almost every single final circle.
Yeah, they were one of our teams to watch for sure. Again, when they had K20 added to the team, we saw an instant impact, maybe a wise head, especially with a moustache like that. And I think that has been the case here. Again, they came in cold for their first game, 13th place, but then 3rd, 2nd, 5th in the next 3 games. That is the consistency that every team would love to have, especially coming back from adversity, having a difficult first game. So again, we were looking, that was the specific word for that specific team, consistency. And I think we've seen that today.
Yeah, I even said that when we were in that last game because it was really jumping out the fact that they're able to secure yet another top 3. Technically, only one game has been outside the top 5 for them. I mean, you don't always need to get the win. If you are in that top 5, top 6 every single time with a couple KP, you're sitting pretty.
And there it is. Good that I learned at least something from school. 69 IQ Esports do take the lead there. Guild Esports Alliance with 2 zeros have watched their first place disappear. Obviously, we've had some changes with the Pro League, so these teams aren't really worried about being able to compete in playoffs, but definitely worried about maybe losing some points that could earn them an advantage heading into our match point format. Huge jumps as well from Nemesis and Reply Totem, respectively jumping 12 places and then 8 places. Pretty good stuff. Again, the question I always lean to, guys, is we have a lot of teams who show consistency. We have a couple of teams who show the ability to get the job done when it matters most. For me, I'm looking at 69 IQ. Is there any other team that you feel confident if I put them in a 3v3v3 at the end of the game, you would count on them to win?
I think if like a Scars could make it that far, then there's a chance they could do that. I think the spatial awareness is there. The problem today is getting that far. They're not able to do that in every game. So I think that's one of, obviously there are multiple teams, but I'll just pick them as an example. If they can get into that position, then I would have confidence that they could be one of the teams that might deliver, but they just need to get there, you know?
Okay, all right. Then I think I might have to go with Alliance. I think across the day, they haven't been as consistent as we would have liked. They're a little bit of a yo-yo, but every other game when they are doing really well, it's really, really good. And we've seen that cohesion. They definitely have improved their chemistry, and they've looked very confident today, so I think it might be Alliance for me.
I like that, Glitter. I think I would put Alliance in that category as well. And if you guys want to be in the category of winning a free gaming PC, which who doesn't want to be in that category? I mean, that sounds like a great category for anybody, even if you already have one. Make sure to check out our Lenovo Legion ALGS Pro League giveaway. It's a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion gaming PC.com/Lenovo Legion. This has been a very exciting kind of start to the day. We've got Game 5 just finishing, and soon we will see how it ends. Game 6 is going to be cast, of course, right after this break, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you all very soon for our finale.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League. The EMEA region has been in your face all day today, and I get to put it in a sentence properly as we head towards our 6th and final game of the day. Tom, it's been an exciting day, as we always have in the regions, but some winners that have been shared about today. It really has been inconsistent right at the top in that #1 spot, but there has been some consistency just below that.
Excuse me, sorry about that. You know, just that mute mic type stuff. So I've been impressed with 69 IQ. Just so many games in a row where they've done so well, and it's not easy to do again with the level of competition that we have. And I've been just astonished with the amount of zones that we've had too that are predicting on over towards that east-hand side. We just saw Hockey's actually tweeted out that he's been a little bit frustrated with the way the zones are pulling. We'll find out what happens in our game number 6. A lot of room for these teams over towards the top to make their way inside of the top 10 to try to get these points, to try to get into the playoffs, which are happening in January. Cannot wait for that to come around the corner. But here we are, the drop ship, and the players are getting ready for the final game. Hopefully you are too at home.
Oh, it's going to be a very, very intense final game of the day here. And like you say, the playoffs are going to arrive quicker than everybody thinks, with only another match day after this one to get through for the EMEA region. But here we go, straight into things, and the battle, part 6 of the battle between Underrated and the team that's dropping with them here is going to continue. And it seems like at the moment it's kind of just become a little bit of a, you know, who's got bigger shoulders here? Who can bench more, Tom, between Totem and Underrated?
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're trying to flex, and at this point, it is just about pride and ego, whatever you want to say. And Underrated has not been getting the better of them on the opposite side, too. But when they have, there's been some tea that's been shared, to say the least.
They certainly have. Those hamstrings have been
Oh,
stretched.
look at this out.
Oh, my word. Well, there we go. We're heading... deja vu, I think is the word we're looking for here. We're heading towards the same sort of area that we've seen 3 times today, I think. Might be, you know,
4.
This will be the 4th, or is this the 5th? I don't know at this point. It's been, basically, we're going to see some very similar terrain to what we've seen for quite a few games so far today, which is good news for Scars, you would hope. But having said that, Tom, they haven't been able to take advantage of it. They really should be at the top of the leaderboard.
A lot of deja vu, and it's not a glitz in the Matrix. It's actually Totem going back at it, too. They're still looking for blood on Underrated. The thing is, Mouse doesn't have very good armor. The entire team is just rocking grays. We know that there was 1 purple on the other side. I don't think they care. They're continuing to send this one, and they are going to be able to get a nice little reset of armor throughout all of that, too. Gold helmet coming through, and you can see that the fight is taking place, and there is nowhere to run. The only thing that you have is that bubble to go and use. And now the rest of the team is just going to continue to scatter away. I mean, this has just been brutal to watch these 2 teams basically not care about their points, and they just care about duking it out with one another.
Yeah, my only concern here is with this fight taking quite some time, is there going to be enough bullets left in the chamber to waste upon the death box afterwards? We're going to have to see. We've got a little look at it, Tom. We've got a little look at it, a little stare maybe, but it will be Reply Totem who do win the fight once again here. So we're down tonight. There it was. I heard it. Did you hear it? I saw it in the corner of my eye there. A few extra bullets being exchanged. There we go. We get full screen, Tom. I knew there'd be some extra bullets. Save the massive bullets for later.
This is what we're here for. We're here for that. You know, it doesn't matter how much massive shotgun bullets you have. You're going to find some along the way. Just make sure they're down, you know? It's like Zombieland. You have to make sure that you're two-tapping people and secure the kill throughout all of that, and that's what I think that Reply Totem's doing. Were they rubbing it in their face that they won that fight? No, they were just securing the kills.
Yeah, you can't convince us otherwise. You cannot convince us otherwise. Well, it will be Reply Totem who probably think that they've played pretty much the same game every single time that they've gone into a match today, not only with the opening, but where the zones have pulled. But look at Kick here. Full of action, full of intensity.
Call this the Three Stooges strat, right? Everyone's kind of just staggering their heads around the corner, just peeking around that door. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming finding themselves in a skirmish that they do not want. Noises does not have his EMP ready, doesn't have his drone ready. They were not expecting Uprising to be countering inside of this train tunnel. And Noises, who's done so well today, I really love the angles that he's taking, especially in the previous game when they were avoiding all those fights that were coming up over the hill. They took that high ground from where Nemesis came down and ended up winning the game, but now they are in such a tough spot after losing 2 players as we see what's going on inside of that train tunnel. Meanwhile, more fighting breaking out. This has been a fast-paced game number 6. 3 skirmishes before zone number 2 starts to play.
It certainly has, and Kick Esports, who were playing sneaky a minute ago, suddenly decide to play a little bit loud, and they're going to pick up the kills as well. By the looks of things, the last player is trying to sneak past and maybe get inside that building. Not going to happen, though. He'll be knocked as well. So Kick Esports, the strategy paid off. The, as we like to call it, classic rat strategy. Hiding behind those rocks and waiting to ambush the team as they came round.
And then you're going to be safe inside of this building and A-okay in terms of being able to heal and hit that Phoenix kit. Also getting on over towards the high ground is going to be a play. Another option is waiting for this zone to close and getting a scan to find out where round number 3 is going to go, and then using your Valkyrie redeploy Skyward Dive to go and figure out how you want to go and rotate. But you see Fenerbahce Esports, they are big chilling over here. Your favorite player name, Pinky Finky, big chilling. Picking up some loot along the way too. Flatline, Purple Mag 2X. That is serious artillery in terms of laying down some firepower. I would not want to have to walk over towards where Fenerbahce is set up, but I have a feeling that the Valkyrie redeploy is going to be the play here if you're going to be kicked.
Well, Fenerbahce looking pretty good. I'm still waiting for my moment to scream Pinky Finky as he wins a game and clutches up for Fenerbahce. Well, that moment will come, and don't worry, I won't mess it up when it does arrive. I've been preparing for this moment my entire life. But Fenerbahce right now are kind of replacing what Kick were doing a few moments ago, and it seems to be working pretty similarly, although they have lost Kath Ryan here. So maybe not working quite as effectively. Bubble's going to be exchanged between the two, and here comes Pinky Finky. Can he hit the shots that will make me scream? We'll have to see. Pinky Finky on his own now in a 1v1, playing around the knockdown shields. This is the moment that I've been waiting for. He doesn't have the armor or the HP, and we'll have to wait for another day as Kick will win that battle.
I can't believe Kick's able to win that fight. They lost out on Valkyrie so early in the fight. Hyarka now getting the res as well. We'll see if they continue to get third-partied, whether they're going to bubble this loot or not. Looks like they're going to be safe. They're waiting for shots to potentially be thrown across, and they're going to continue to save their utility for a little bit later. And what a tough situation right there. I mean, Kick coming out now with 2 squad wipes. When only 5 teams have been eliminated, they are poised for a big game if they can find it. Keep in mind, they are far, far away from that zone. So Valkyrie, Skyward Dive going to be huge. The rotation going to be fairly important too. I'm curious to see if they're going to go and hit the scan behind them. It looks like they're not interested, and they're going to continue to push forward.
I just wonder now if any teams are going to be keeping their eyes on that kill feed, and if they see Kick a little bit later on, they're going to be a little bit wary of fighting them because they've looked so strong in those 3v3s. Like you said, it doesn't have to be a 3v3 for them at the moment by the looks of things. Even if they've got a couple of players involved in the fight, they still managed to turn it around in their favor. But with 15 squads remaining, the pace has certainly picked up here, with people realizing and teams realizing that they have to take this last opportunity to get some points on the board. We'll see a little replay here from earlier on, including Eternal. They were on the receiving end of some big shots coming in, and it looked like Bambino was going to be left on his own here, Tom.
Yeah, and there was so much action early in the game, it's hard to keep up with all that fighting. Typically that fight doesn't take place until zone number 3, zone number 4, so I'm really glad that we got a replay there, because that was a hot commodity in terms of a spot that you need to go and lock down over towards that no-name area again. Unpredictable on where this zone is going to continue to pull, but getting on over towards that no-name overlook side has been pretty popular for these teams, and they continue to try to stay alive inside of those buildings over there. As we take a look at what's going on in the rotation from 69 IQ Esports, they've been phenomenal in terms of the placement points. Will they pick up kill points along the way? One of the main things has been Slayers, and that Caustic has been so deadly. The AoE, just the control inside of the buildings, but being able to predict these zones and milk your way into these situations has been so impressive coming in from 69 IQ. If they could just work on solidifying their final fighting and just staying alive when there is a limited amount of teams, yes, they have a limited amount of resources. I really think that 69 IQ is a team that can do really well if they can make the playoffs and make a far run based on what I'm seeing today. And you can see what their strategy is. They are going to get the scan onto zone 3. That is the good time that you want to go and use your redeploy to try to figure out where exactly you're going to go and set up. Great plays coming in from 69 IQ already.
I think the Mensa are going to have to reevaluate some of the IQ ratings as well if 69 IQ do manage to take home the win today with a big last game, because 69 seems to be just about enough to get the job done. So
Right here.
Case Witty's going to be leading the charge up here as we do get that third beacon information, and surprise, surprise, it's going to be almost exactly the same zone than what we saw a little bit earlier on. The high ground on the rocks that you called the God spot quite rightly earlier on is going to be just that again, Tom, and it's going to be very difficult to win a game from any other kind of position with the the dichotomy of height in that area. You have such low ground, you have such extreme high ground. If you get hold of that early, then you're going to put yourself in a very good position.
I believe Kick has had a pretty slow day to start. I think that's why they're playing hyper-aggressive to try to climb up in that leaderboard. And you can see they are just turning up the movement, the aggressiveness, the way they're able to collapse on this, running through defensive bombardments. Well, that's going to be their own defensive bombardment, but you still love to see that they are playing a very similar pace to what Alliance would be doing, and why not? They already have this team on the ropes. You can see Blast doesn't have any cells to go and heal up quite yet, or he's just electing not to do so, so they continue to run away. And they don't have noises on this squad, so they're just trying to finish what they started, and it looks like IG is going to be able to be safe just for now as they pick up some more loot along the way. But I'm looking at the winners from the previous zones that look similar to this. It was Future Perfect coming out with the truck ending outside of No Name, and then the Overlook truck zone is the zone that Alliance ended up winning. And speaking of Alliance, we see what they're doing on the rotation right now.
Well, one thing they certainly are is in a caloric deficit after the amount of running they've had to do today towards these zones. They will be looking slim, they will be looking trim as we head towards the next day of action in the EMEA region. But for now, Alliance have to continue on that run. They're going to be just outside the zone for now, but 30 seconds is going to be plenty of time for them to make it in safely. And once again, try and fight their way towards a victory. We must point out as well, even though the zones haven't been comfortable to Alliance, the amount of points they've put on the board, plus that one win that they got earlier, even though it was a little bit scrappy at the start of the game, Tom, it makes me think that Alliance are going to be a real threat towards this endgame as well, especially with there being a little bit more room for them to maneuver with 5 squads already eliminated.
And the final games typically play a little bit more fast-paced than others, and that's what we're already seeing with the 5 squads taken out in zone number 1, going into zone number 2. So with double rotation Legends, it makes it a little bit easier for them to go forward, but this is what they've been doing. They've been portaling into fights to try to third party, picking up kill points along the way, and then backing off. They've been using those also for rotations to get safely inside of the buildings, and that's exactly what Alliance is doing. That cross coming over is so dangerous, and that's why you see it. It is so difficult to cross into Fragment. You have to be careful in that type of instance, and Hockey is coming through with the R301 rip as Yuki's going to finish it off with the flatline kick. Was not expecting that, and that is such a tough break to lose out a player after having such a strong start.
Strong start, but as you say, certainly weakened and having to back off from the situation now. Alliance, great pick there. Hackis recognizing that situation, getting in the building and finding that angle from the windows, firing through those bars. And Yuki alongside him, listening to those comms absolutely perfectly to make sure they secure that KP. I wonder if Yaka and Ojorain are just thinking about maybe sneaking in and trying to look for that banner. But I think Alliance are more than aware of that. They're going to be still consistently putting them under pressure with some good shots from distance. I think there's actually another team now arriving around that train station. Kick are going to be doing a lot of damage though. Hyaka with that flatline, not missing a beat.
No doubt about it. And we've seen how popular the 2x and 3x is going to be on the flatline. Heck, the flatline in EMEA and North America continues to be one of the strongest primary weapons that players are electing to use. Definitely want to go and have a shotgun in that back pocket if that's going to be the case. Fortunately, they were able to get the banner and possibly going to go and hit a res, but the thing is things start to get congested as the teams start to collapse on the rotations in the zone, starts to get smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, Guild has been sitting at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time, is going to find out if they're going to be able to finish this fight very soon, with Tafe already starting off with the knock, just like we were talking about. Flatline on top of flatline, everybody carrying that weapon in their back pocket.
We saw Matafe doing his best Shinobi impression with those arc stars in hand. Matafe now trying to finish off these knocks, and this is the third party that is in. It'll be Guild just feasting on those down pieces. It will be Phoenix from 4Gang who will fall. There's another player still alive, I think, behind that little truck. So Matafe, recognizing the situation, decides to back up to his teammates, having managed to pick up some of those KP for his team. Rascal's now moving in as well. They're just going to be picking up the pieces here as Alpha Draft, Sivan, and Paradise need some ammo to work with by the looks of things. Just checking that 301. You can see only around 50 bullets or so left for him to work with.
Contact with hostile.
It's so refreshing in these situations not having a Bloodhound on every single team, because this is what you'd see scan after scan, everybody understanding where all the players are. Now you leave a little bit to the imagination in terms of what you have to do in terms of situational awareness here in Apex, which is the most important thing and feature that you could really have in any type of player. All that really relies on positioning and experience, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now. Out of Paradise trying to live up here, possibly being able to get the armor swap over here instead of hitting the battery, but that is the strongest white knockdown shield I've ever seen.
Oh, he has to jump into the void. I wondered when he was going to be saving it for, because he got a little bit separated from the rest of his team, who have now come to join him. And he will be able to get that armor swap down. So Paradise doing a really good job there, just to hold a little bit of, not so much trigger discipline, but Q discipline there, to make sure that he waited till the last second to get that option to jump into the void to survive, let his teammates pick up those kills, and also move towards his position. Rascals now under the bridge. One player going to be knocked already, so the finish will come in, and that's going to be Sabs Bear, who's taken down. Alpha Draft will collect that kill to his name, and now one team who were talking about not having a huge amount of ammo was a very different story here on the other side, but it doesn't matter if you've got ammo because you're knocked on your back.
Quick bubble res coming through, though. You love to see it. But 69 IQ looks like they want to go and collapse on this one. Rascals on the low ground. 69 IQ taken on over towards the high ground. Smeggy is he going to go and Valkyrie into the air just a little bit more to gather some extra information? It looks like they have pings coming down because K-Swinny is where these players are going to go. But the immediate bubble res coming in from Rascals is just too strong. You also have a rat located underneath who looks like is interested in getting involved in the fight either way, but what a job by Rascals. Even 69 IQ, you love to see it. I like how they were immediately collapsing. I like how they didn't over chase and over pursue. They're trying to figure out where they're going to go and approach this next zone. They already have barrels inside of the next zone as well that are directly on the edge. So this is perfect placement for 69 IQ, and you can see the reason why they've had so many successful games. They're putting themselves in a strong position, and they're not overextending and making major mistakes.
Let's jump into a listening with 69 IQ. You said you want to hear how they're going to play this next thing. Well, let's see what they do.
Yeah, you're fine, I'm popping bats, I'm winning, I'm fine. They might give it a test. We might get work on the back as well. Can you hold the left? Put push on the left.
Yeah, me and Ben are
this team, nice.
Yeah, we're watching.
I need a stabilizer.
Yeah, I'm watching. They shot my traps out on the left. One might climb up here. Careful.
Yeah.
How they don't get trippy?
One's here.
Yeah, okay, put a trap there.
Close. I'm skynading.
Dude.
They're gonna climb up and do something.
Bubbling.
He's fucking one, bro. He's cracked.
We're not gonna bubble. They're pushing up.
I give it them. We can slide back, I think.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, on me, I'm fine on me. Don't drop down.
Okay.
I've dropped down.
We need to take it back. They're on me. I need to drop. Drop as well.
Careful here.
I'm fine on me, Slayers.
No, you're not.
Come to me. If you need to.
Pop in the back. Watch me, boys.
They're chipping here. They're gonna get trippy. Just buy time. They're getting trippy.
Chill. Pop in a medkit. Pop in syringes. Go on, I make it.
We're gonna need to work here on me. Come to me. Come to me. Let them die. Just trap your back. It's a team on the ramp. We need to fight them.
There's a team here as well.
I've got no, they moved.
I got Valcolt.
We could back out.
I think they're gonna shoot us from above.
Okay.
Do you want to do it, boys, or not?
No, we prepare for the ramp and fight. Come to me.
There's a portal here.
Come to me and gas the back. Come to me.
Yeah.
Park that drone.
Open an auto cell.
Yeah.
Gas on the side, look to left.
Yeah.
Park that drone on the right. Full team. On the rock. Can we park that drone somehow?
Where's this other team behind us?
Careful.
I don't know. We're getting nade. We fine. They're gonna fight on the vine on bottom as well.
Watch the nade.
I'm fine.
Might need to bubble afterwards.
I'm gonna build that.
Nice.
I'm popping a bat.
Bubble.
There's another team inching on him. Yo, look, 3 kills.
You got a nade?
Dead.
Good nade. Good knock.
They're bubbling.
We cannot do anything for that.
I know, bro. I know. I can't. I'm walking down.
Buy time.
You got any bats, boys? Got to focus north, Swanny.
We should slide down, I think.
You want to slide
down?
We
should go try to flag that. Come to me.
I'm with. Ben, come.
Bubs in 5. Don't get damaged. We find it. Heady on me.
Yeah, I'm playing it.
They're gonna fight here. We'll repeat that fight. Just rat. They don't know we're here.
Okay, yeah.
You ready? We can beat them. 3, 2, 1.
Naded us. Walk back.
They ping now. That's good.
Yep, on you.
Let's repeat that fight.
Okay, yeah. Bob, what if you need to, Swanny?
I'm fine.
We're not on you yet. We're not on you yet.
I'm good.
Dead.
Get the KP. We have got purchase gas up.
I've got no gas right now.
Got him. Got totem.
I'm dropping 1B on fucking swap, okay?
Get nades.
Wow, Tom, I mean, what a listening. The intensity for the IGL, K Swinney can be heard by everybody watching, and the plays and the calls that are being made are being executed as well.
I'm excited. I know what I'm doing after this break. I'm hopping on and playing Apex, okay? Because K Swinney's got me fired up after that. The play calls, again, the passive play. They get the knock on over towards the side. They don't push it. They say, hey, we can't push that. Let's go all the way around. Let's go and take this fight. They pick up a lot of kill points, and then they pick up the God spot. You heard them saying that. Look at the amount of armor swaps that are inside here if they want to go and use this one. Unfortunately, they're not inside of the building. It looks like they're going to use the battery instead, but they picked up another kill right there onto Shadows. They have so many batteries and cells after they were basically in shambles, but all of the communication really showing in that listening, and now you know why 69IQ Esports has had such a phenomenal day and why they're sitting #1 in points today.
Did you see the other teams in the feed, though? That's going to be Scars who start to approach as well. I noticed the Lions were still alive too, but Scars are weakened. Taishin has gone down, so Mandy and RPR have the responsibility here to try and force their way up that leaderboard. As a 2, looking at the kill feed now, Hackis has gone down to the ring. Vibes is going to go down as well, and it's going to be RPR with the wingman who's doing the damage.
Great wingman shots right there from RPR. He's going to get back on into the void to avoid the defensive bombardment, but you still have 69IQ locking that spot down. Mobile respawn beacon happening over towards the corner for Bambino. RPR has just been such a thorn in the sides for these teams at these end circles. The wingman just putting in some serious work, but look at the amount of barrels that they have on the 69IQ side. They have numbers, they have positioning, they have the armor and the utility that they need to go and win this game, and they took down one of the biggest threats, RPR, in the lobby.
Players tries to move up here to do a little bit of aggressive work, try and force this team back on the left. Mandy is last player alive as RPR did get knocked for Scars. So 69IQ trying to force the fight here, but they decide to back out, having not had it work immediately for them. There's an EMP, which is going to slow things down once more, but RPR's back on his feet by the looks of things here.
Yeah, RPR's back up with the gold armor is going to be able to heal fast. They did get Munbloon back in for Eternal. That's why the mobile respawn beacon was coming down. Bambino's going to be able to heal up, but Eternal loses another player there. Wraith's going to get knocked again with just gray armor. Makes things a little bit more difficult. Mandy going to go and get that knock. Possibly going to be able to get the finish, but it is a 2-on-3-on-3, and Scars feeling the pressure from 69IQ.
And surely that pressure is going to turn into a W here for 69IQ. They move in, the bubble is down. The Peacekeeper is hitting as hard as ever, as now you can see the kills are all going to go the way of 69IQ Esports, and it has been the day of 69IQ Esports. They'll win the final game, and surely will be top of the leaderboards too.
It's only fitting after having 5 placings inside of the top 5, multiple inside of the top 3, a second place as well. It's like they're batting the cycle here in baseball. What a job from 69IQ. I believe they were first place overall after game number 5. Securing the win with kill points there is definitely going to secure them first place overall. It's just a matter of where the rest of these players and teams are going to fill out. I love to listen in. I love the energy that they're bringing, and you can see why K Swinney's on this team.
Yeah, what a pickup it's been for 69IQ, right? I mean, the leadership being shown by K Swinney was so impressive, and also something to point out as well. It's not just the leadership on the calls, immediate response from the 2 teammates as well. There was never questioning. It was come to me, come to me, come to me. Immediately, the 2 teammates arrive, and, you know, that was very impressive. And like you say, just a real good insight in what's happened in those comms at the top level. And you can see it reflecting the leaderboards as well here. 69IQ, top of that game, 8 kills to their name, a 20 bomb for them. Eternal just behind with 14.
And you can't really talk about how the zones affected that. I mean, yes, we saw a lot of similar zones over and over again, but teams that had to rotate fairly far, like 69IQ and Alliance, still continued to do really well. Alliance coming all the way from Thermal Station. 69IQ has a very long track from their POI as well. They're able to do that consistently. And I loved how we were able to see why they're able to do that. They take really good positions. They take really smart fights. But the things that they don't do is equally as important on set.
Oh, I completely agree with you. It's been a real exhibition of how to play Apex Legends today. Some of the disappointing performances, I would say that Invictus, that's a little bit, you know, unfamiliar for us to see them down there. They were kind of counter-stratted though, Tom. You pointed it out. They've been playing that tunnel for the majority of those zones, and one team recognized it and made sure that they made them pay. It was Uprising, I think, who took them out quite early on, even though they managed to stabilize for a few moments. But down at the other end, New Esports, we saw them kind of farming their way through the first couple of teams, but then things didn't go, Kick Esports were farming their way through a couple of teams early before they fell to Alliance, but underrated. I got to call them out on it. I've got to call them out on it. I mean, you can't keep contesting a drop spot if it doesn't go your way for the whole day, because otherwise you end up down in 20th.
And not only that, when you have to stand still at the tournament, when you realize that you're going to die to this 3v1, that's just never leaving a good taste in your mouth, whether it's, your fans that are watching, it's you participating as a team, whether you're, part of the organization as well. If I was on the underrated team, if I was a coach of them, I would say, hey, you know what? Let's put our egos aside. There's 2 POIs that are free right now. You have Epicenter, you have Dome. Yes, they're not the best spots to go and land, but anything's better than a 50-50. I don't care who you're going up against. I don't care how confident you are. Going up in any type of 50-50 in a tournament scenario is just never a smart idea. So maybe underrated, going to go back to the drawing board for that one. But let's talk about, again, how consistent these teams were, especially 69 IQ, when we're in a situation where there is so much competitiveness in the EMEA region. We saw the listening with Hackies when he was talking about how he thinks that it's a stronger region than North America. I'm going to have to agree with him just because we see how many teams and how deep this pool of players goes.
You see the stats coming in from the game as well for 69 IQ. K-Swinny leading the charge for the troops. 1.2k damage for him. Slayer's just behind. And then Smeggy Toe making up the last bits of damage with 3 kills to his name as well. But it was the way they moved as a unit, I think, which was most impressive for me, Tom, which is something that's very difficult to teach. It's kind of a chemistry thing, right? Players just working together without having to say too much, just taking those right positions. And like I said previously, just listening to the IGL and responding to the decisions made.
And they have the mad scientist, so the chemistry should be okay, especially if Slayers is going to be locking things down. But you really got to give credit to K-Swinny for the bubbles as well. Not just the leadership, but the placement and the timing of all the bubbles is so important for all the Gibraltars. Yes, it seems like an easy thing to do. We get weak, throw the bubble down. But it's about conserving certain things, conserving your Q if you're a Wraith. And then also saying, hey, are we going to Valkyrie redeploy out of here? Are we going to Skyward dive? What do you guys think? No, we're going to walk forward. And then everyone following the leader right there. No hesitation. You cannot hesitate in these instances. You could see how fast-paced the end zones get and how fast-paced this game is in general. You have to be together. You have to use that teamwork. Just thoroughly impressed with everybody on that team.
We're going to bring Rain Day back into the conversation because the games are done and there's no one better to have a conversation with to break down what action has unfolded in front of his Rain. I mean, a great performance today from 69 IQ.
Really one for the record books. I know the joke is tried and true, but 69 IQ, it's not giving them enough credit for how well that they played. I mean, it was intelligence. Not only that, though, Tom and Mark, it was really execution. And we talked about that final circle, who's going to execute. And you look at Alliance, you look at Guild, you look at Scars being mentioned. They were actually all in that final circle. But who comes out yet again? 69 IQ. Walk me through Game 6. I mean, was this a foretold conclusion, just how well they've been playing?
I mean, it's a matter of time, right, Mark? I think that it was just they were dipping their toe into water, and then eventually they're going to have to just go in for the full dive. And I think that they were tired of playing so well and just not getting that dub. That's why you saw them put all of their heart and soul in that final game.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they've always been there or thereabouts all day, and it was just a matter of making those. I think Tom raised the point right at the start of the game when we first hopped on board with them. If we could just tighten up the end-game decisions a little bit, that end-game fight, then they're going to have a lot of success, and that was exactly what happened. It was almost as if Tom foretold what we were about to see in front of us, because it was the way that they isolated the fights as well. You never want to be the ones to really engage early on. They realized and recognized that Scars were weak, so they tried to make a push onto this 3v3 when the attention was taken away from them. It did work initially, but then, they retreated. They recognized the situation. They let a little bit more of the game unfold before they saw their opportunity, and when it was there, they took it.
Tom, we've already got 3 members of Future Perfect, but if you keep telling us what's going to happen, I'm going to have to submission for at least a sub, just in case they drop somebody and we have to go and get someone who can see the way the game is going to be played like them. Let's go ahead and check out what happened, though, because the leaderboards are here. We've got our final results for today. It's no surprise for anyone who's been watching and following along with us in the ALGS in EMEA for day 10. That's right, our last 2 days. It is 69 IQ Esports.
2 points away.
Who take it up. And Alliance and Guild, look at this, right? Neck and neck still. Alliance swapping just with Guild, jumping 2 points up. Reply Totem as well, making a big jump as well, guys. What do you feel about this leaderboard, Tom? Was this kind of how you expected it to shake out?
Well, we get the chance to, watch how everything's unfolding with the player outlines, and we get, to do all these things from behind the scenes, and it's awesome to go and be a part of that. And it was after watching 69 IQ and seeing where that zone was going to pull, I had a strong feeling. But look at how they played that, where they go into zone number 2 and they hit the beacon building for the scan on zone number 3. A lot of teams don't have that information, so they get that first, and they're the first team to go and redeploy with that said valuable information. I like the way that they did that, but just all the steps that they took after that, it was almost perfect Apex.
Mark, I got to look at, the way that we saw a lot of the expectations around Guild. Did they underperform in your eyes, or was it just that type of day for 69 IQ that no one was really going to beat them?
I think they didn't underperform at all. I would say top 5 in any lobby on any day is an achievement in itself because of how competitive the region is. And, you're looking at the overall standings, they're not going to be too bothered either. They're up in second place at the moment. It's a pretty good result for Guild Esports. Obviously, we have to take into account that some of these teams haven't played the extra games as well. But, being sat in second and showing consistency across all of the weeks is the name of the game for these teams. Getting into that final 20 is what you want to do. And if you're consistent enough across the weeks to be putting yourself in top 5 situations, when it gets to that match point format, when we get to playoffs, then you're going to be in with a chance of winning those games. So for Guild, I think it was a little bit of an up and down day, but overall, I think they're going to be pretty happy.
And you can see Silta and Horizon and Matafe working well. It's one of those things, too, that I want to bring up one more time. And, Tom, having been looking at these regular season standings, we don't see a lot of in-game leading the way that Matafe does it, especially with some of those like RPR. Maybe look at NA, NRG Suite, Imperial Howl. A lot of them are on those mobility entry fragger characters like the Wraith. But he does it from the Gibraltar, and there's this sweet calm in their energy with Horizon kind of giving these nice notes of feedback and positive upliftment, like we're going to win this game. How do you feel? I mean, is that just kind of what's helping Guild be so successful and putting them in the second place position in the overall standings?
I think that it's great to have a Gibraltar be the play caller and the shot caller throughout all of this because he's really the glue in between the team. He has to stay between the Wraith and whoever that mobile character is, then whoever's going to be maybe the Crypto that's on your team or the Caustic. The Gibraltar has to be close enough to both of those players, so it only makes sense to have that play call come down because you have to play around the bubble, you have to play around the defensive bombardments, and then maybe you have someone that makes play calls in terms of when to go and take the skirmish. Sometimes you have someone that focuses on the zones and the plays in terms of where you're positioning yourselves, and then you have certain players that say, hey, this is how we're going to go and approach this fight. This is when we're going to go and take it to him. So if you could have a little bit of mix of both, you're going to have a very successful team.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you hope to see more of it. I think we may start to see people using this example of how successful it can be as maybe a framework for what in-game leading could look like in the future of Apex Legends esports. But right now, it is about what has happened today, because every time we have one of these tournaments, we get a chance to single in on some of our top performers. That's right. It is time for our Monster Energy MVP. All right, guys, Monster has supported this MVP segment all of these playoffs, and it is exciting to see that there are going to be a couple of familiar faces, maybe some new faces here that we get to talk about today, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do my classic thing of picking someone from who won, because I know that Dan Gasky gets really annoyed with me when I do it, but, the MVP usually comes from a team that have done pretty well, right? He isn't here today, so I'm going to enjoy this moment. And I'm going to be talking about 69 IQ. I'm going to be talking about Smeggy Toe, because we saw his moustache, and that was absolutely glorious. But so was his gameplay today. I was really impressed with his mobility on Valkyrie, and like we were talking about, a lot of the times the redeploys that were being made, they found themselves in very playable positions. Now, that is a combination of the IGL making some calls, but also you're the one with the information that has to be relayed to your teammates a lot of the time. You can kind of scope out a lot of the lay of the land, where you want to be landing, and putting yourself in and your teammates in very good positions is so vital. So I think it had to be, in my opinion, someone from 69 IQ Esports who you'd be talking about. And I just think that Smeggy Toe was the player who was just extremely consistent across all of those games. One of the examples here, you're seeing him hit some really big, important shots, and you had the confidence from him as well, saying, we've got a couple of controller boys. We're not going to be missing too many shots, and it shows in these final moments here.
It's hard to argue with that, Tom, but I know you're singling out somebody else for today's MVP.
Yeah, I was going with Hockey's because I love the aggressive play that he brought to the table in terms of adding pressure to other teams. He's always just getting in your face, had to go and say it, but it's the portal plays, it's the Q, it's the positioning. Very similar to what Smeggy's doing on Valkyrie, positioning himself and being that nuisance for his team. Hackies is doing that and just destroying the lobby with the amount of plays that they're making. Just look at the tracking in the air right there with the Volt. Just great tracking and great control of the reticle and the recoil overall. And Alliance, they had to have a big day. I mean, keep in mind, they were a team before we switched on over to the 20-team playoff and it was top 10. They were on the outside looking in right on that bubble. They've continued now over the last couple of rounds to start to pick up that pace. A lot of that has to do with the chemistry that they're picking up in terms of boot camping, but also now their players and their star players like Hockey's going and playing up to their potential.
Well, this is the beauty of a day like today. We have so many people to choose from. Not only are casters highlighted too, we have a chance to see who performed at the highest level when it comes to kills, which I know you get to brag about when you're a player. I had a little bit more than the other guy. Well, Maz, he gets to say that about all the others. Robin following with 11. Hockey's, he was one that was mentioned with 11 as well. And number 3, and Matafe, in-game leading, playing the Gibby, hitting 10, Silta rounding out our top 5. You can see Jay Savage on there, Smeggy Toe, which Mark Onset brought up, and Case Swinney, a huge sub that has been such an impact. And you look at Smeggy Toe and Case Swinney right next to each other in that kill leaderboard. I think we could see now a little bit of that picture clearing up as to why they were so successful, and 69 IQ Esports was able to get it done today. Boys, it's been a heck of a day. Obviously, we can only highlight 2, but there were so many other plays that made the difference. 69 IQ has 2 members in the top. They one of our highlights of our MVP, and they obviously take the win today. That's been your Monster MVP. All right, guys. So this has been a day. I mean, already EMEA felt like it flew by. And I want to start with you, Tom. What were some of the highlights or themes you found today that made it such a fast-paced type of day? EMEA usually a little bit slower. It feels like, okay, when are we going to start fighting? And now all of a sudden we're like, the action's never stopping. What was the reason for that today, or what did you notice?
I love the listen-ins. Every single time that we hop into these listen-ins, I just get so stoked and excited to hear the amount of passion that everybody brings to the table. There's some, comedic relief that's happening. There's a lot of confidence that's going around, but just the overall teamwork and the camaraderie, that's what really makes it for me. I love when we go into these listen-ins.
Mark?
I was going to jump off the back of that. Tom literally took the words out of my mouth again. I was going to say the listenings we heard today were super fun, not only because of the intensity of some of them, but some of the decision making that shows all of the viewers at home how difficult it is and how many micro decisions have to be made so quickly. But another thing I enjoyed, which is kind of a strange one, was having some pretty strange zones where there wasn't a lot of cover to play. It really forced players to be creative in those final moments. And I think the 69 IQ were playing them best, and that showed in the results at the end.
We really got to relish that chaos. You're right. A lot of open-end circles with limited ways that most players are used to feeling comfortable holding down a zone. And so that made for the best player, the best team to overall get the job done. That was 69 IQ Esports. We've got a member of them standing by with James. It's Smeggy Toe. James, go ahead and talk to one of our winners today.
Thank you. And indeed, we have Mr. Toe on the line. I've got a lot of questions to ask you from 2 perspectives. From a perspective of a viewer who might be new to Apex and potentially for a aspiring player. How did you end up in Apex playing competitively and exposed to teams? I guess is the best way to start.
To be honest, I quit my job as a teacher 2 years ago. My little brother downloaded Apex, left it on my Xbox. I loved it, and I said, you know what, I'm not going back into teaching. I'm going to be full-time Apex now, baby. And that was that. And then I decided I'm going to keep rank grinding. I rank grinded, found some really talented lads. They said, let's compete. And then it's just been up from there.
Okay, so how did you end up with the organization then?
Oh, okay. So the coach, Sineska, I met him about a year and a half ago now. Found him in Battlecord, which is pretty... I don't know, you don't want to go in there. But anyway, I met Sineska on Battlecord. I loved playing with him about 2 months, and he played mouse and keyboard. And I just got to a point I was like, you know what, he's actually dog shit. So I left him, and then I took a break from Apex, come back 3 months later, and then he hit me up. He's like, do you want to play again? I was like, maybe he's improved, Turns out he's on the sticks now. He's on the controller. So I was like, oh, we can make it work. And then we started competing. We competed for a while. And then, 69 IQ was formed. Me, Sineska, and Slayers. But Sineska has got like, he's similar to you. He's got no hair and like aging, I guess. And yeah, we got rid of him.
Hey,
and
I
we
have
got
no hair
different
by
people in.
choice. This is by choice.
That's a choice, yeah.
I've got blades, okay. Absolutely.
Yeah, so,
I live in London, so I've got to have a bit.
Fair enough. But yeah, basically,
right, so
we just got IGLs in, and then me Slayers just kept going, and then we got Swinny, and Swinny's insane. I can't understand him much because he's French, but when he says ape, we ape.
On the subject of Swinny, so that was a big pickup for you guys, and you were one of our teams to watch today because we were like, all right, since you've had Swinny, you've had there's been like a significant improvement, I feel like, in your output. And the question today was, can you be consistent with that? And boy, were you guys consistent. But how did you guys make a connection with Swinny, and what made you make the choice to approach him and ask him to join the team?
Slayers actually did a ranked grind on a split with Swinny, and they both just like love each other. They're like best friends. So I'm like that third wheel. They're in a relationship, and there's me on the edge. And Swinny come a free agent, and we're like, you know what? Like what we've lacked as a team. We're both on controller. We both love like shooting people. It's just we're never putting ourselves in the right situations, I guess. And Swinny's really doing that for us now. Swinny's, he's just like, today he had basically like the dick the size of a golf club, and he was just swinging it around. We just followed up with him, and that was that.
Right, you might want to see a doctor about that golf club. I've only got one question, unfortunately. So just something for the chat. If you've got like a flat line or an R301, would you, if you find a 2x and a 3x on the floor or something else, what would you rather pick up?
For me, I pick up the 2x just because my teammate plays the 3x. So it's just a team game in that sense.
All right, well, fair enough. And props for moustache as well. I tried to grow facial hair once. My mum cussed me out, and I went back to just like, being like this basically. But we appreciate your hair game. So thank you very much. And good luck in the remainder of the split.
Cheers, pal. See you later.
Well, that was a good time to say the least. Tom, what do you take from that one? I mean, Spegito seems like a great story and a guy who really brings a lot of joy to the team.
Quit your job and play Apex. That's what I heard. No. That does take a lot to go and follow a dream like that. And we're in a space now where esports has grown so much over the years that it can be a full-time thing in terms of the revenue that you can do, the multiple ways of resources that you could pick up as well. And you can see the amount of fun that he's having. And it's really nice to go and see the way that they thought about going and creating their team. I love those questions that James brought to the table, because really forming your team is half the battle, if not more, right? You have to put in that work individually, but the people that you decide to do it with and make sure that you have fun with is really all that matters and makes it really count.
Yeah, Mark, I didn't know if you had the golf swing going on there. You feel like there's
it was a little bit cramped.
Going on between the boys?
I was a little bit cramped in here. I couldn't quite get the full extension on it, but apparently that was Kate Swinney's job today. So I mean, it's great to have some characters in Apex as well, right? We don't have the ability to speak to these players all the time. We don't always see their faces because we've unfortunately had to have a lot more online competition than everyone would like. But it just shows, when we get back to those live events eventually, it's going to be amazing to be around these players. There's going to be some laughs for sure. But the main thing is, those guys absolutely fried today, and that's what we should be taking away from it and remembering.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the rest of the lobby will remember for sure. Will we remember, though? How good is our memory? Because at the beginning of the broadcast, we all chose some things, and dang, they got me at the end. Come on, Brand, you didn't hook me up. I got to say, Tom, you're looking good copying Glitter. I mean, as always, maybe not with the styling, but you guys are kind of close in that photo, and with Guild Esports. Scars, you and James on set kind of evened out there. Scars had a couple of good rounds, couldn't quite get it done, but Guild, the big winners of the day. I'm going to have to make up for this in NA, guys.
Good luck. I mean, 31 points. I don't really see it getting much better than that, Rain Day.
See, what's happened, Rain Day, is you sat in the host chair, and Kate's normally there, and let's just say you've inherited the predictions from her, okay? That's what's happened.
Oh, no. Well, guys, you know, this isn't the end of my story. This is the beginning. You know, every superhero movie situation, it starts with a little bit of a down, right? You got to climb your way back up. And that's what I'm going to do on North America. The next broadcast is coming up very, very soon. You guys will have a chance to tune in. NA, I believe, starts maybe in an hour or so, right around from when EMEA ends right now. So make sure to keep it locked on Play Apex. And if you don't know and you're not sure, you got to go get some lunch, grab something to eat or drink. Make sure to follow us on all of our socials. That way you can know whenever we go live on twitch.tv/playapex. Or if you're watching on YouTube in that crispy 4K, Play Apex Esports on YouTube. And of course, Play Apex Esports on Twitter. We didn't do all of it, but use hashtag ALGS. You could tweet people like Mark, Tom, make fun of them. You could tweet me great things about my hosting if you want, and we'll be able to maybe throw a few of those, especially if you're making fun of Mark or Tom, up on the next broadcast. So make sure to get those in, interact with us, and of course, guys, we will see you in the next broadcast. Thanks to all our casters, our crew, everyone behind the scenes, in front of the scenes for today. We'll see you in NA.